everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Looky what we got here. We've been talking about this pretty much all week. We've got our first 75 millimeter scale sculpt here of our Seri Wind Dancer. I see there's another something here that's stuck in the primer. We'll just to kind of see if we can't snip this baby. Where did that go? I just saw it. There it is. Yeah. Sometimes you just don't see these things, and they just kind of get stuck in the primer. That's all. The brush-on primer. That's kind of, they kind of go down into the recesses there, and then they get stuck kind of in the primer there. Let me see if I can't maybe chuck a little bit. Do I have some glue here? Let me see if I can maybe put a little bit of this here. So how you doing there, Landrast? Great to see ya. I'm just gonna maybe chuck a, yep, definitely gonna chuck a little bit more right here if I can. We'll just do that. Last night we were doing this right here. Nice to see you there, Armored Wolf. Is it still super scorchy up there? And I guess, geez, I didn't even look to see if Argentina had won or not. So this is what we did last night. We're going to try and do the same kind of thing, but some of these colorations here on the face and such, we'll see how that goes. Now again, here, we'll try to get this. Hey there, Old Facts, great to see ya. I hope that everything is fabulous on this Saturday for you. Almost Sunday. So this thing right here, again, we're going to try and get some of this reflection. See if we can do that on the floor. We're also going to have some of this blue glow here, just so people are aware of that. Again, you can kind of see some of the bluish thing. Now we did more of a gold on the shoulders there. Here we did more of a blue. We'll see how it works on the actual thing. I might still stick with the blue that's on the shoulders, or maybe we go with something that's more of a gold. Again, here that was more of a blue. Doesn't have to be necessarily the same as this. It would be kind of fun if it was. It'd be kind of fun if it was. Now again, we're just kind of waiting here for our glue to it's setting quicker than I thought. So what we're gonna, here, let me move this out of the way. Let me get this out of the way here. Now, Altfax, I wasn't sure if you had seen this video right here. Again, this was one of the latest tutorial videos. I've actually printed a couple of more of that larger. You know what? Maybe we'll just... fine. No, we do have a smaller one here. We're going to use this guy. I'm just going to kind of do some stuff here as we wait for that to kind of set a little bit more there. Let's get some of this. Again, we're just going to do a little bit of lighter dry brushy stuff here and there and here. So that was a Patreon video there, Altvex, so I wasn't sure if you've seen some of the latest Patreon stuff. And again, this is what we did last night right here, the painting. Well, that's what we did on I guess you didn't see all of our TerraForce Battlecraft that we did. Here's the Argus. That was the Spectre that you saw a little bit ago. And then, of course, we were doing some of the Interceptors. We did 2 different squadrons there. I'm thinking on Monday we might do a couple of more squadrons. Maybe 2-3 more squadrons or something like that. Okay, more that. So again, just okay, that's I think that's had a chance to set now. Again, just kind of doing a little bit of lighter dry brushy stuff out here. Nothing super crazy. Again, was thinking about some kind of reflection on the base here. Now, Landrest, are you just kind of at home with the crew there, or are you actually at the game castle there? Yeah. I'm sorry that I mean, we had a good output there, but we didn't have the timing last night, right? Right, Landrest didn't quite work out. It almost did. We came close. So again, I'm just kind of doing a little bit of dry, brushy stuff on here. Maybe a little more thinner on some of these. There we go. Oh, there was another little support node just kind of stuck there. And then we'll do some glazy things here, like we did on the other on the bus there. Now Valfira, was that uh, was that unassisted Valfira, or was that assisted by some winds? I guess. Valfira, oh yeah, I was gonna send you a picture of Valfira, and then I looked at the picture. It was all blurry. I don't know what the heck happened. So yeah, that's why I didn't send you a picture. The one that I thought I took of it, well, it didn't turn out too well. And then Valfera, I realized, right, I'm pretty sure when I saw that thing on the truck, because I actually walked out to the truck, I saw the thing. I'm pretty sure it was sitting on its side, and you know how that goes, right, Valfera? You don't want to take something like that that's maybe been upside down or on its side or whatever, and then start plugging that thing in. Yeah, you got to let that thing have a chance to everything settle. So that is something I'll probably be doing early in the morning after the stream. Oh, it's not on yet, Velfira. Yeah, it is not in. It is not on. It's not quite as hot today as it has been, so I just said, you know what? Okay, fine. Let's just struggle through this one more time. Unfortunately, it took a while to get here. I don't think it got here. Like I think I told you, 4 something o'clock. I was hoping that it would get here maybe by 1:30 or 2. Because essentially, again, I was kind of just staying up all night. So Velfira, let's see. Oh, the tray caught on fire. So yeah, that doesn't sound like a storm thing. That just sounds like a tree branch falling down. So sorry about that, Velfira. I know that had to be not super pleasant. Like I said, there was not going to be much sleep in July. Basically, July and early August anyway. But July is going to be pretty much a no sleep kind of month. I knew that part of it was going to be that way. Apparently, the entire month from start to finish is going to be that way. Man, I didn't think I could get this quite so light back in here. I mean, it's not going to be ultra, ultra, ultra light. Just we got to get some, at least light middle tone back there. Let's get this over here. And that is the thing about the brick structures, right, Valfira? Is that they are, for all intents and purposes, freezers in the wintertime, kilns in the summer. Just like overseas, right? Their structures are built with a certain kind of climate in mind, and well, these were sort of built with a certain type of climate in mind, and then all of a sudden, things just you can't really plan for the unusual. You kind of have to plan for the usual. Now, Arda Michael, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. More of our cloudy clouds over here. Now, the glazy stuff that goes in here is not going to be, it's actually going to be one of those semi-opaque glaze things. If you remember, remember the Nimue figure, that's kind of how we were doing the glazy stuff there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. So Valfira, did they let's see, did they get it back on? I guess that's the question. I'm sitting there going, I don't know if it ever actually got back on up there or down there. Sorry. See that? We're already kind of starting to do that here. first hints again of maybe some mid-tone stuff in our glazes there. Remember, that's going to be a bluish glow right there. So we're going to start to maybe do a little bit of indications of some blue here because, reasons. Everything must be messy before it can be neat. Here we are. There too. Let's keep doing this. A little of that blue stuff over here. And that blue stuff over here. And with that blue stuff over here. And with that blue stuff over here. Some of that blue stuff over there. So on, so forth. There we are. So you have Velfair. If there's any sleep streaming going on, well, now you will know why. You will know why. There's just the back of my head pointing towards the camera. And I give that at least a 40% chance, right, Artemichael? All right, here's our lighter stuff now for some of the feathers. There's another piece of stuff stuck to that. Again, it just, as I'm brushing on the primer, it kind of just gets caught up in some of the support nubs that have been clipped off. They kind of get stuck in the primer. Hey there, Blades. Great to see you there, Blades. Blades, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Actually, Blades, I don't think you've had a chance to stream in a while, right? Because of, doing stuff there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you haven't had a chance to stream in a while. So, I don't even think you had a chance to see this, right, Blades? So, again, that is what we're going to be doing here. And where's our stream from last night? Where are you hiding? So, that is last night right there. So, Blades, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Let me get a little more of this thinner out of here. Maybe I'll just use this guy here. All right. I think. Yep, that's what I think it is. I just had to be sure. I'm going to get me some of this broken down here. So Blades, yeah, the White Sox continue. Now, of course, the Cleveland has started winning again. I guess the Yankees have kind of righted the ship there, Blades, but again, it's all about the Rays. Don't say devil, right, Blades? In the East there, it's all about those Devil Rays. You know what? I'm just going to use that too. That's just some thinner there. That's all it is. Whoops, there we go. So yeah, Blades, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, here we are, more of our thinner. Like you do. Here. Over here. Some of that over here on that arm. A little bit back here. So again, don't be surprised if again, hopefully we won't be doing any sleep streaming. That's it is still, it's a distinct possibility though. Get a little bit of this thinner on there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Artemichael just shared. Do that stuff. Okay, finally. Now we got some stuff there. More of our brown. More of our thinner. And some, or am I just making Mars Yellow Deep here? Like a more transparent version of Mars Yellow Deep. That's hilarious. More, yeah. Let's just definitely do that here. Indian yellow for sure. Blades. Well, I guess the good thing is that you were at least able to see. Last year during the big run, you kind of had it when you needed it most, right? I know you would love to, be having another run going on too this season. But I guess the Sox just drafted somebody from Ookla. They drafted him #1 overall. So there's tons of young players on the White Sox right now that, for a change, they're actually doing stuff. And I think there is a different owner, which means, unlike previous administrations where, like, wait a minute, we have a young player that people want. He's really good. We could use him. Well, we get rid of him. And we'll keep the other ones that don't do anything because they're bad prospects and we don't know how to develop them either. That's sometimes you just got to be a little more transactional than others, right, Blades? I mean, didn't you say that they had kind of gotten rid of a whole bunch? Speaking of get rid of key personnel, I think that was something that they did, right, Blades? Is there was a bunch of personnel that they're just like, oh, well, yeah, here, you can go. Okay, there's okay, we're just trying to lay things out here. Now I see there's another support node that got stuck in the primer. So for a while you're going to be seeing this utensil show up quite a bit. That is hard to fish out. There we go. That really got stuck in there. No, with this. There. And refresh that. So this is going to be different than the bus, like we were talking about all during the stream last night. This is not going to be identical to the bus. It'll be like the painting, but it's not going to be like the bust. Yeah, it'll be sort of, kind of like it, but it will not be exactly like it. Prussian blue, sure. Actually, I might just do this. Some of that, and maybe even more thinner here. And that's going to start going into these areas. Not a ton. It's really going to be more of a suggestion of it than anything else. We'll need maybe a little teensy bit of shadow there too. Now we're going to get ourselves a little bit of the violet in here. More of that violet in there. Prussian blue. Some of the violet. Doing the stuff here. Maybe a little bit more to blue. There we are. That's sort of like a not pre-glaze, pre-glaze. More of our Prussian blue up here. Yeah, just to give that a little bit of a hint of something there. Where's our... So again, I think we're going to kind of go in that sort of a direction. Which means now the magenta starts to make a bit of an appearance here. Like so. Yeah, not a ton of it. See, even I'm gonna use that. So, now I got more on my thinner here. That's better. And I'm hoping that some of that dry brush stuff that we did is going to mix. Ah, there we go. Yes, it is. Nice to see you there, Camda. So happy Sunday there, Camda. And of course, Camda, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat there, and I think I think you did. Didn't you do a new Instagram post there, Camda, with the orc with the object source lighting there? I'm pretty sure you did. Now you want to share that? Please go ahead. Yeah, we're gonna let a lot of this stuff just kind of mix now that we've got something for it to mix with, right? That little bit of lighter dry brushy stuff that we did. That can mix with this now, and it kind of forms that semi-opaque thing there. And check out the Instagram link that Canda Paints just shared. Everybody give Canda Paints a follow, because Canda Paints with the oils. So I'm guessing there won't be quite as many. Well, won't be quite as many raids as there was in the last stream. There were a few. There were some folks that showed up, that's for sure. And we appreciate all the raids. So yeah, Camden, I was kind of hoping, that you were really satisfied with that. A very plus result there. No doubt about it. Now there's, again, that's just some of our blue there. Get some of you in here. Now some of the violet maybe. So I think again, this is a little bit like the Nimue. Little bit like the Nimue here. Not quite the same. Get more of this. In here. And of course we'll be coming back at this with some of our lighter stuff too. See, that's all kind of started to set there, so I have an opportunity to get back in there, do some stuff. Magenta. Get down in there. Get in there. Some violet. Get in there. What do we got going on up here? Get in there too. Now, so Camden, it was a little bit difficult. I had to basically kind of craft my own templates, but I can now print my own CD jewel cases and labels. That was a little bit tricksy, but now Buck Polaris. Yes, Camden, we will officially have Buck Polaris albums now. I'm going to try and do some of those after the stream. Again, it's I kind of, oh, actually, and I think I told you, Valfair, I got a lamination machine showing up. It's not the ideal perfect machine, but it was a highly rated machine that was like 40% off. It was almost like a Prime Day, Valfira. And it was real close to a Prime Day sale, so I said, okay, now or never. So it's a semi-large format one, and again, that's for all the Cyberthuria stuff, and well, obviously we would need it for our Compass Rose universe too, so that you can do the dry erase marker thing, among other tasks, I guess you would say. Get me some more violet over here. I think I'm gonna maybe here. Let's go even more of the purple there in here. I'm just gonna shove that in there. Remember, Valfera, we were talking about a laminator, geez, months ago, right? For all of those different the character sheets. Now, I just figured, Valfera, it's either print out tons of those things, or get the lamination thing, and then that way I can just kind of do the dry erase thing, because there's going to be a lot of testing, right? That's kind of why I got it. I mean, for regular folks, they probably won't need that. I mean, well, unless they really do a lot of sessions or something, then maybe they will. Little more of the Prussians here. Start to see. You know what? I do like the idea of maybe getting a little bit of the blue up there. Ooh, you know what? Oh well. I just realized we should. Whoops. That was a bit more than I was thinking that was going to be. That was a wee smidge more than I had in mind, but we'll roll with it. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. Again, things must be messy before they can be neat. We love the messy, right, Camda? It's all about the messy. I still haven't had a chance to make the new sticker. Basically, they're in batches of 6. I think I sent you some of those, right, Blades? Some of the newest sticker designs. If not, I'll try to get you those too. I'm pretty sure you're not familiar with the lady from the WNBA. I don't remember what her name is, but you could pretty much just look up like pointing WNBA player, and you'll probably see 1,000 memes. But that kind of inspired me to create a new set of stickers that's kind of like a Renaissance version of that, where the pointing lady is pointing at some poor guy trying to paint miniatures. Okay, I thought so, Blades. Just as I said, I'm like, did I actually send those? Oh, wow, I never did actually get that down. All right, fine. Yeah, so you can kind of see how this is starting to play out, and remember, this is nowhere near our latest light. As in, like, nowhere near. There's nowhere near a latest light in any way, shape, or form. I mean, all kidding aside, right, Camda, it is kind of essential. You have to be willing to just kind of let it be messy. I know that folks have a tough time with that. What was that? Oh yeah, the OCD thing kicks in or whatever. There are advantages, I guess, to not having that in any way, shape, or form. It's like, okay, well, whatever. Don't care. That's not in the same place it was 2 seconds ago. Whatever. Don't care. Not the green. Not the green. So this was some of the texture. Where'd my painting go? So you can see some of that. You can see some of it on the floor here. Ooh, we got some more of this to do. We got some more of this here violet to do. Way down in here. Just also trying to do this without snapping things off of here. This is relatively delicate, gotta say. Might be one of the more delicate sculpts of all the new stuff. There's others that are most definitely not dainty. Now, yeah, that's a different sort of magenta right there. It is not quite as... Well, here we go, there. That is a different form of magenta. And we're going to try to get, as much variation as we possibly can here. Get in there. All right, we need a little more of our blue here. We're getting almost, whoops, not that much more. There. We got to sneak some of that down in here. Yep, there you go. Yeah, it says, don't say we don't cover the World Cup here, right? Right, Camden? We're all about the messy. Well, I still think, Armored Wolf, I still think, you know, as someone who comes from Chicago, who may or may not know a little something about, well, as we like to call them, hospitality funds, starting to wonder how many hospitality funds were handed out for some of these decisions here. There. Of course, when it comes to this tournament, it's pretty much just, it's France's world. Everybody else lives in it for this tournament, it seems like. Nah, it's dynamite. There's definitely some dynamite involved, especially if you've got fluorescent oil paints. Then there's some dynamite involved. Did I? No. Let's go a little bit more pure with this. There we are. Come on. Oh, you know what? Where's that? Well, I was going to do manganese blue hue, but instead, we're going to break out this here. I just realized that might be fun. Ooh, where's it going to go? Where's it going to go? There's nowhere for that to go. Come on, get on there. Is nice. We do this again now. Oh, yeah. Yep. That right there makes a difference. Look at the difference that is going to make. Looky there. Get some of that on here now. This way. Again, it's like we've been saying, it is all about being messy, at least at the start. At least at the start. That is how it goes. If you want to do the oil paint thing, you got to be willing to get down and dirty. Here's another one that got stuck here. Yeah, I was literally just hanging by some primer right there. That's hilarious. Could get a little bit of the indication of that light back in here. We're just trying to set things up. That's all we're trying to do. We're trying to set things up. Because when those lighter colors do get in, I mean, we're 35 minutes in, right? We're trying to work all around this thing here, all everywhere at once. We are attacking it on all axes simultaneously. Because that's just how we do it here. Get that over here. Still glad that I did that little bit of lighter dry brush, because right now, let's see, I'm actually mixing with some of that lighter dry brush. Wouldn't be able to do that otherwise. Right there. Right there was, again, doing a little bit of that mixing. More of that over here. See if this is a little bit darker. Also, maybe not quite as much of the blue. Then that's going to cast some nifty light over there. Come on, other side of this gets violet. Other side of this gets some bluish violet now. Maybe a little darker. Let me see what happens with this here. So now even these darker tones here don't seem very dark. Well, they're gonna start getting darker once we get them in that context. Now what I might do is let some of this have a chance to set here. This is all set, so let's start to play around up there. I mean, I have to stick my hand on other parts of it, so might as well get going here. Where is a collection of these here? That one might be good. Also, remember, we're going to mix a little bit of that Naples yellow in there. Break this down a little bit. Okay, I think we're good. I'm gonna maybe zoom in. So I think we're gonna be mostly working up here. So for the time being, we're just gonna do that. All right, let's see what happens now. Yeah, look at that. Look at how much lighter that is. That is much, much lighter. And this is, even this right now is a bit of a dry brush right here, even at this point. And there's some, we got some crazy little threads and stuff sitting on there. I'll get rid of some of those. Nope, a little more of that Naples. Yep, there we are. Bingo. Much lighter. But that is still mixing with, remember, we did do a little bit of a glaze stuff there. See that darker stuff on the end of the brush? It is mixing with it. There we go. I'm going to try printing this one again. I'm going to, well, after I do some Nomad Sculpt stuff, but I'm going to try printing this again with those new supports. I think this will be a lot, I think it'll turn out a lot better. with those thinner supports, because the second I tried that same exact Alchiban bust once again, and the super, well, the much larger thing, just to say, okay, was that a fluke? Was that luck that printed out? No, it printed out the same. It printed out again on the Saturn. Come on, give me some lighter stuff up there. More yellow. And now this, you can see how this is all starting to stand out then when we start doing the stuff down here. That is going to get more, again, more of the lighter violet, lighter sky blue, lighter magenta. That was that. Still too thick. I'm going to thin it down a bit more. There we are. Yep. That was just a little too thick. We had a lot of options open as far as consistency goes, since all we did was we did the dry brush, then we did that glaze stuff. Now at this point here, we have to kind of go with a more certain type of consistency, because we got there's some paint on there now. Whereas this is so super thin, and we're doing some glaze stuff. This is going to set real quick, and we can pretty much put whatever the heck we want over the top of this. Nice to see you there, Cone Rods. Happy Sunday there, Cone Rods. Appreciate you being here, like always. So, Cone Rods, where's the bus? Here it is. It's gonna be wild. I did take a picture. I mean, it was just like all this stuff was just sitting on the table here, but I did actually get a picture of the painting, the bust, and this together. Of course, I'll try to have a whole thing, all three of them together. It will require the larger photo booth for sure. So Cone Rides, appreciate you being here once again. Actually, Cone Rides, I think well, let's see, it's about 42 minutes in. You'll get to see a decent amount of the early stage here. Now this eye is going to be a little bit more complicated than the one on the other side, because, well, we kind of have this big old arm right in the way. So that could make things a little bit spicy, but we'll figure it out. Come on, there we are. We did get, oh, I was like, wait a minute, one of these hands needed to be a lot lighter. Just the wrong hand, that's all. Now, actually, Velfira, to be able to photograph these starship fleets here, Velfira, just like, remember the Battlestar Galactica video? Where I needed the 6-foot by 4-foot gaming table. Yeah, I'm gonna need that table to be able to photograph these fleets. Now, what I was thinking of trying to get also too is one of those stabilizers for the iPad. I mean, I wish I could just use the phone, but the phone does not do well for trying to do these type of videos here of the figures and such. And it's basically something where you got like the two big handles, and it kind of stabilizes it because you're just gripping it like this, as opposed to kind of directly holding the iPad itself. That's not going to happen until after Gen Con, though. There we are again. Here, let's put a little more. There we are. And that's all mixing. That is all mixing with what is there. And then, like I said, there's going to be some back and forth and back and all that kind of stuff here too. Oh, we need a little more stuff. Maybe I'll just grab this guy here. That is 142. Working on the 150. Now again, keep in mind, that in all likelihood I won't be doing the stream on Friday and Saturday of next week, or this coming week, however you wanna phrase it. And again, if I am, something really weird has been going on. Which, that's not usually how it goes, right, Velfair? Usually, if something weird happens, I'm not streaming. This will be kind of the opposite of that. If something weird happens, I will be streaming. Okay, yeah, we're just hitting this again. Now, I'm going to take some of this and put that over here. Let that do some mixing. Let that do some blending. Get rid of that. And well, the Monday stream is probably not going to be super long, because my guess is we'll be coming back with 0 sleep over the course of probably several days. So the Monday stream, we're going to keep it. I think we're going to keep it super simple. I'll just be doing more of the TerraForce small craft. I'm going to actually try to get more of those printed out. I already have a couple that don't have any paint on them, some of the interceptors. Well, I guess Velfira, I mean, lemons into lemonade sort of thing here. I guess with the power doing that thing, and you being kind of crashed out, I guess you'll get a chance to see a little bit more of the late night stuff here. Because, yeah, it's 12:30 here. I mean, it's normally it would be kind of like being sort of sleepy there. Now we're going to really start to hit some of the magenta in here. Like the full-on stuff. Gotta get some more of that over here. There we are. There we are. Where's the sky? Or maybe I take the some of the fluorescent there and do that instead. Maybe we'll do something like that instead. Well, there's still not going to be much sleep then either. That other Monday, ooh, that's actually Valfera. That's right. I was thinking of doing another one of our figures or something like that. So Horns fan, I haven't had a chance to see if the Yankees or sorry, the Rangers are still kind of keeping up with their winning ways. So, well, happy Sunday there, Horns fan. Happy Sunday. Now we're getting there. We'll get a little bit more of our light in there. So Horns fan, I don't know if you had a chance to see all that stuff that I sent you. Hopefully you had a chance to see some of that, and it kind of explains some of this universe here and what's all going on with it. Nope. I guess that's just not quite glazy enough. Alright. And I hope that you're doing super well there, Horns fan. Gonna start getting some more light on this over here too. Yeah, Horns fan, those division races are pretty tight. I believe it's just a one-game lead for the Sox over Cleveland because Cleveland is well, they're beating up on the fish now, I guess. And we already know that the Sox are having a little bit of a success there against the A's. Now here's another thing that got stuck in the primer. I mean, when they come off that easy, that's how you can tell. Let's see. So yeah, Valfira. I was just telling Gary yesterday that yeah, this is. He's like, wow, this is really being built fast. It's like, well, it's already kind of constructed. It's more like somebody's just turning on the lights. It was always there. Now the lights are on. So Horns fan, I guess I think it goes by if you've lost fewer games, even though your winning percentage is the same. I think if you've lost, again, it won't matter because, well, you know, like they should have the same amount of games played at the end of the year, right, Horns fan? Well, again, Horns fan, we'll see how this plays out. I mean, I was going to say it's still June. Horns fan, let's put it this way. The Bulldogs were playing the equivalent of the White Sox, you know, the 100 and some odd 20 loss White Sox, and they were losing. Yeah, I think it is just about stick a pin in them now. Now, of course, that was halftime, so things might have changed. But they're playing Camden's other team. They're playing the West Coast Eagles. Of course, we all know that Camden's primary team is the Collingwood Magpies. Camden's like, you gotta be kidding me. I've survived practically months with nary a single Magpie reference. And all of a sudden, Camden's like, wait a minute, what the heck? So yeah, their ruckman, that Tim English, he's basically still injured. They brought him back, but he's basically still injured. So again, I would say that it's yeah, these doggies are cooked. Very much cooked. Now again, they might still win this game. What's crazy is that actually teams like Geelong are pretty much almost in the same situation as the doggies, except they all have a much better point differential, which is that's the crazy thing, right, Horns fan? So like we were talking about during the stream, that's a lantern right there. Remember we were talking all the while that that's one of these right here. Let's get more of this here. That's what I was saying. We're going to be doing blue glow. It was going to be not like a super intense blue glow. It was going to be kind of almost more like a candle glow, I guess you could say, Velfira. Now, by comparison to some of the like very fiery glow that we've had. And this can still go a little bit lighter here. No, better thin that down some. Get some more of our light here that is also not yellow. Bring this across here. Same deal there. And now let's get a little bit of light up here. A little bit of smoky smokes. Really more clouds. Couple more lights here. Might even throw a little bit of that over here. Yeah, let's get some of that over here too. We got some chains there. Yeah, so is it like mid fourth quarter there, Horns fan? Unfortunately, I can't check right now. But it was halftime. I think it wasn't like they were down 20 or something like that, Horns fan at halftime. I think they were down 2 scores. Okay, yeah, mid fourth. I thought so. Now, of course, that is only a 2-score game right there. Mid fourth in a 2-score game is practically nothing. And again, that's like a historically bad team that they're playing there, Horns fan. So, Valfeira, do you remember some of the Trench Crusade? That's it, Trench Crusade stuff. That was another thing where we had just like the little bit of candlelight, so much more minimized source lighting there. Yeah, not quite as intense as maybe what we would normally do. So our on the field reporter is Horns fan. Yeah, that's and again, yeah, who better to cover our Aussie rules game than Horns fan, right? So appreciate that, Horns fan. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way because I gotta have my reference up, and if I try to bring up another screen, the reference image goes away. A little, you can see that there's a little touch of it right there. That's it. That's a little touch. I mean, we need light there anyways. And it's mostly going to be pretty late. What's hilarious, Valfeira, is that all of the stuff we're doing, the Arthurian, the Cyberthurian stuff, this, everything, it still hasn't even been close to a year, Valfeira. That basically started in basically October with the very first flat or bas relief, if you want to. I'll say flat. That's when it started, Valfeira. The Cyberthurius the stars. Remember, it was February after the whole whatchamacallit thing. What was that? The Eldritch Foundry little caper there, the little mishap. That's when we started doing the Starship stuff, and not this Starship stuff. That was the other Starship stuff. More of that here again. So just to kind of almost a bit minimized. But I also want to do this here. Let me get this. Nah, that's good. Okay, there we are. Maybe. Wow, this is talk about the alkyds. That's already kind of setting there. That is insane. Now that was definitely pretty wild, right, Valfeira? Now this is again back to the that's back to the fluorescent stuff there. Let me hit the rest of that. There we are. You know what? Go and get me some of that down here. Brush you again. Let this all mix. Letting that all do the mixy thing. And like we've been saying, there is no white on here yet. There is absolutely zero white on here. There's stuff that's kind of light. Not even this right here. As late as this is when the fast matte white comes out, you know, a couple hours from now. Actually, geez, Camden, we're only about 12 minutes away from a Cinco Uno. So, Valfred, let me get this little bit of light in here, and let's do all three of them, Valfair. Let's do the bust, let's do this, and let's do the painting in film noir. Would you say, Valfair, that in our painting or on the bust, did we get any Wraith Wind Dancer? I don't think we got any Wraith effects. I could be wrong, but I don't really think there was any Wraith effects. Well, it almost did. It's getting kind of a bit, there's a bit of a Wraith effect right there. Right, Valfair? Here, let's get the painting. Now, that's kind of interesting because here the figure is more light. Here the figure was kind of darker because it was being illuminated from behind. Now, let's bring back our color here. Oh, there we go. Once you get that color back, all of a sudden she stands out, right? Because she's grayed down. She's got the blue stuff going. Let me also use this to, there we go, a little bit of, whoop, how did that just jump out of there? There we go. Now, oh, there it is. Now this again is a bit closer to what our figure is going to be. Zoom. I guess it's a little bit of Wraith. So remember the very first one there, Camda? That was, remember that was that Muka one that we did? And then early on there was the Trench Crusade one too. Oh yeah, that's the right one. So there was a little bit of a Wraith type of stuff there, Velfer, but not too much. Not really too much. Let me get you going here. More of this lighter stuff. Okay, well that's what's crazy there, Horns fan, is that they're still a playoff team. Well, potentially a playoff team. Actually, Horns fan, they're almost like pulling a Rangers and a White Sox, right? We're just kind of doing a little bit of a lurky. They're doing a lurky turkey on the playoffs there, Horns fan. Now, of course, the likelihood of any team survive, they have to win 5 games to win a title. So, Hornshead, that would be a little bit like having to win like a play-in game, then the wild card round, then the divisional round, then like the conference championship, then the Super Bowl, all on the road. Let me see. So yeah, Camden, these are the bas reliefs. Actually, a lot of these are going to be up on YouTube now. So these are the bas reliefs. A little bit more of the light involved here. Come on. There we go. And we're going to come back with some of our dark. Remember, we did that on the bust as well. And it did come back with some kind of grayish browns for some parts of the feathers. There we are. Now I'm just going to indicate the eyes is here. Yeah, that one gonna be tricksy. Won't deny that. That one's gonna be real interesting to try and do. Now we're gonna try and get some more light on these feathers. It was again just like with the bust. We had to do the same thing. We kind of had to wait a little bit, and there is yet another piece of something that's stuck there. Again, via the primer. And that's why they come off so easy, because there's literally nothing but a little bit of paint holding them on there. Oh, sorry about that, Camda. And Camda, you had a chance to you shared your Instagrams, right? I know that Arta Michael did. I know that Blades did. If you didn't get a chance to share your stuff there, Camda, go ahead do that. I don't think that you did, so I want to make sure that you get a chance to do that. And yeah, we're going to get some more of our magenta on this as well. Like the more spicy magenta. Because I know we were talking about, speaking of object source lighting, and was that like a couple of cigars that he had, Camden? Not just the one, I think he had like a couple of cigars or whatever. Ah, here we, whoops, no. There we are. There we go. We needed a little extra chutzpah right there. Little more chutzpah with the magenta. And we're going to get some more of this now. Scattered around. Like say there. See that? Now we're starting to really, starting to get some flowy color here. Little extra. Some of that over here. Oh, gee whiz. Golly gee Whittakers. Well, looky there. We're gonna get some stuff on those cloudy clouds. That's gonna be much more grayish. No source lighting over here. No, sir. Come on. There we are. Get some of that. So we got about 3 minutes, Camden. 3 minutes to a Cinco Uno. I think we've only ever gotten one of those. And I think the only reason we got it is because you had it lined up. So Horns fan, I'm take it that some of them are against like Richmond, maybe the D's, probably maybe a match against Carleton or something like that. I think they already played St. Kilda. There might be yeah, like it. Well, the D's, yeah. So that's another one that could be winnable there. Isn't that crazy, Horns fan? So if they're playing Richmond, oh yeah, that's if they lose that one, I think the coach just gets fired like 2 seconds after if they lose that game to Richmond. Yeah, Luke Beveridge would just he'd be run out of town. He would be run out of town. So, Horns fan, the purple monster there. Actually, Horns fan, the Dockers really they lit up Sydney last week. Oh man, or no, it was this week. Yeah. The purple guys absolutely stomped the Swans. Just absolutely curb stomped them. And again, all of this baseball and footy analysis is, of course, provided by the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. And Here's our fabulous studios right here of the Wampelville Sports Network. There you go. Look at that. Now, what's funny, Horns fan, is Fremantle's been there before. I think there was one season, Horns fan, that Fremantle started out something like 14-0 or 13-0 or something like that, maybe 15-0. And I don't believe they made it out of the first round of the playoffs. Again, now that was several years ago. All right. Again, trying to get some lighter clouds. You know what? We might even let this have a chance. Oh, wait a minute. We can do both. We can do both things here. As long as we don't get the stupid violet in that brush. Because this now has finally had a chance to set a little bit. There we are. There it is, Cinco Uno. I think we had a Cinco Trace and a Cinco Cuatro, right, Camden? We didn't have any. Actually, Camden, at a certain point with all the raids, I thought we were going to have a Cinco Stinko for sure. I do believe it went over 5 hours, right, Horns fan? It was either 5 hours or it was close to 5 hours. That is, I think you remember, Horn, I don't know if you recall that actually back when we were first, shall we say, selecting our teams, I picked the Bulldogs, not necessarily the best choice, but Kathy picked St. Kilda. So yeah, Bulldogs versus St. Kilda, that was always very much a family rivalry there, Horns fan. Yes, the pride of Wampelville was always at stake when Western and St. Kilda squared off. That was in the days of Stevie J on the Western Bulldogs side and Nick Revolt on the St. Kilda side. Now there's they're not playing each other this season, right, Horns fan? I don't think so. I don't think that, but now Horns fan, of course, there was another Texas university that made a little bit of news, and it was not good nose. Yes, it was not good nose, right, Horns fan? It's really weird to think. It's really weird to think there, Horns fan, that the SEC could be decided between two Texas teams. You know, not Bama, Georgia, not LSU, Georgia, not LSU, Florida, not Auburn or anything like that. It would be A&M and Texas. Yeah, the Red Raiders did a little too much raiding, right? Right, Horns fan? Maybe a little less raiding. Now, did he end up going in that supplemental draft there, Horns fan? That I don't remember. I think the story just kind of ended there. So you see we're getting some light now on this. And then we'll get back to some of the magentas. I just wanted to throw a little... Oh, you know what? These are actually gemmies. Them are gemmies. That's right. What are we at over there? We go. Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, there's something that's not quite right there. That's right, because those are gemmy stones. That's one of those things, right, Horns fan, that maybe some apps should be deleted from your phone. And who knows? Maybe if there's no such app, maybe no such mischief occurs. I do believe that some folks were trying to say that Pittsburgh should be a destination for him. Yeah, Horns fan. That was again kind of one of those. You're not just stepping on the Lego. You poured out a whole bunch of Legos right in front of you, and then took your shoes off. That's kind of what it seems like there. A little bit of fire walking. Now, no, that is definitely not the new one. That's the new one, I think. That's the new one. Here, let me get some darker stuffs. Now here, let's start to secure a few areas of some dark here, some shadows, such things as that. So let's maybe start thinking about what we're doing here with the facial features before we get too far on all the stuff on the base. Let's not be a hasty hobbit. Let me get the dark on the bottom of view, like, oh yeah, over here too. I mean, again, we only just had our Cinco Uno, so we have a whole Cinco Uno to get to a Cinco Dos. So it's gonna be, we got ourselves some time to. I'm really glad that I saved this for today. I don't know, Velfer, this sounds like a kind of a, if I can do this more often, the 2D version on Thursday, right? Then the bust version on Friday. And then the figure version on Saturday. Again, it's kind of almost like a Saturday challenge, wouldn't you say, Camden? Let's do this. And again, if folks are hanging out at Casa Landrast, we say hello to everybody at Casa Landrast. Oh, look at that. See, this is things are starting to stand out here. As we start to do more and more of these darker bits, we also got to get, well, of course, Seri Republic got talents. Yes, let's get that talents. Let's show the talents. There we go. That one. Maybe a couple of, here, let's, that's got to have a little more blue. There's our indigo. Like, I thought there was indigo out here. There it is. There's our indigo. Darken you up here a little bit, maybe. Like so. Let me grab this and mix it. Let me see what happens with that. No, it's still too close there. I'm gonna take this maybe. There we are. That grazed it down just a little bit. Now this also needs to be lighter here. I'm gonna get ourselves some more light on the underside of the face here, and now again more here. Just realized it's a little too dark. I was trying to think, our lighting going this way. Valfera, can you imagine? Can, can you imagine a whole collection of Seri Wind Dancers doing a line dance? Yeah, they're doing a line dance to Buck Polaris tunes. Something tells me that the Seri Republic Wind Dancers. I'm guessing they've never heard of they never have heard of Buck or Earl Valfera. It's very possible that Buck Polaris is not quite as big on Seri Prime as he is on Mosca. And all kidding aside, Velfair, I now I was super excited. It was very difficult trying to get those templates going for the for printing out the CD jewel box stuff and all that. But now that that is good to go, now we can actually do our Buck Polaris stuff. We're also going to have a little hypey train for Enganes, because Enganes is at 125. Enganes, of course, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? Everybody, please give Enganes a follow, because guess what? Enganes also paints with the oil. So Enganes, please go ahead and share some stuff in the chat there. And everybody check that out when Enganes shares that. There you go. Check out that Instagram. Check it out. Now, I guess Enganes has... I'm guessing that the anti-death orb shield still has not been fully engaged yet. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what other... Well, let's see. Even 2 Event Horizons camera, that could be one. That could be one, but good old honky tonk hyperdrive. Now, of course, I doubt that she would be dancing till my wife left me for a terraformer. Again, that's another one of those Buck Polaris classics, right, Valfera? Also guessing that she wouldn't be dancing to Ice Fishing on Europa either. I'm just, again, that's wild speculation on my part, but I'm thinking that's how it's gonna go. Hey, there's surface tension. Speaking of the Death Orb shield there, is that actually functioning, or are you still pretty much in the same situation? I know it's been on the toasty side there for a little while. So Enganes, that one showed up here, the one that I was talking about on the stream last night. What's funny is after toting around that 165-pound battery unit there, that air conditioner, that's funny because I basically meet the Amazon guy out on the street. They actually had it was on a truck. Guess this, Valfera. It was on a big old truck, and there was 2 dudes. Because that's why I was waiting for him, because I thought, here you're gonna have somebody who doesn't weigh as much as the air conditioner trying to struggle that thing up onto the porch. I think they were very surprised when I met him on the street. Let me do this right here. There we go. But yeah, he just handed me the box, and I just walked the box up the steps like it was a collection of paper towels. So what you're saying there, Enganes, is that if I buy up a bunch of air conditioning units, I could make a tidy sum. The air conditioning unit will be free. You'll just have to pay $7,000 for shipping. I think that's very equitable, wouldn't you say? Again, in a situation like this, where people just they need something, you got to provide that service. Of course, the Ferengi rules of acquisition say it's got to be for a price. Let me get some more lights on our clouds over here. Boy, I'm still gonna have to get me some more light down inside this thing here. Still gonna actually have to get the fast matte white on this too. Okay, there. Okay, now it's getting a little. It's getting a little brighter there. Ooh, you know what we need? Let's get more of this. Well, we don't need that giant clump on the end of the brush either. That's about we get rid of that as we get a little bit more of our science. There we are. Okay, so what we needed, and maybe a little bit of that over here. Okay. Well, that's so will we have to have like a comedy sketch there, Camda, where Buck Polaris is doing a set and somebody yells out "Freebird" and there's a couple of Seri in the audience and they're not terribly amused by that, Camda? Yes, indeed. Especially if the tour is sponsored by Kentucky Fried Chicken, right, Camda? I don't think they would be super enthused by that. I don't think it would be their kind of show. Something just I don't know why. I don't know why I'm thinking that, but I think that's how it would go. So yeah, in Gane's actually that battery backup that I got, that can go up to 220, I think. Gonna give me a little bit of the magenta up there too. Again, we're exactly 88 minutes in. That's how long we've been doing this. 88 minutes. Now, of course, little caveat there. We've painted a painting of this. We've painted a bust of. Ooh, speaking of which, now it's starting to look maybe a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Carry this out over here a little bit too. Now we're gonna get some feather stuff, I think, in here. Now that we kind of hinted at the magenta underneath. Hey there, Acid Burn, how you doing? So Acid Burn is, well, like always, there's something you wants to share. I know it's been kind of busy and kind of crazy there. Also, too, where's the bust version of this here? Yeah, that's kind of wild, right, Camden? Now, to see these two next to each other. So yeah, Esther Byrne. Well, and of course, I think there was a wee bit of a birthday not too long ago there also. Well, that's fantastic. That is fantastic. Oh, actually, here, let me Let me see if I can get the video. I keep forgetting to do this, so here, let me find the video link for folks here. Okay, I think that does it. Yep, that's it. So that video right there tells you all about the Seri Republic. Kind of gives you an idea what they're all about. So you can check that out. And again, that kind of gives you a little bit of the backstory on these folks here. You know what? I think... Let me break this down some more. Holy smokies. Yeah, there we go. Ah, now we're talking. Yeah, I was getting a little too dark there on the beak, so we'll lighten that up. So I'm sure that must have been super fun there. Super fun. S-burn. I'm just going to chuck me some thinner on some of it. It's not just to keep them from getting too glompy there. Some Indian yellow on some of that stuff. Maybe even more orange there. Yep. A little more orange. It's going to make that stand out. Gotta do the same deal over here. If we're doing it on that side, we're going to do that over here. So Afterburn, it's been really fun getting a chance to kind of tell all these stories that just, they were always there. But now we've got, now there's way more means of doing so. Some of that up here as well. Over there. Warm that up some. It's a combo with some Indian yellow. And it's just some Windsor red. Fanchon red. Was it Naphtol red? It's all the same stuff. It's just by a different name. That's all it is. Same stuff, different name. More of our yellow in there. That again, got a little tracery of the orange in that one. There's another one of these that got stuck in the primer. Again, you can tell by how easy those suckers come off that they literally were just, they're on there pretty much almost by suction, actually. That's ironic. Thank you so much, Sleepy, for the raid. Nobody can go to sleep yet because Sleepy Wolfie just raided. So Sleepy, like always, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And again, everybody, please give Sleepy Wolfie a follow. So Sleepy, we're having some fun here with some more of our, these are some more of our own homemade scopes. Look at what we did on Thursday. Check this out. We painted this on Thursday. Oh, looks a little bit like that, doesn't it? And look at what we painted last night on stream. Oh, there you go. This is going to be super fun here. And of course, this is the one of our species that is part of our big old Compass Rose universe here. We've done the ships. Now we're doing the miniatures. Here's again just a few of the ships that we've done for these folks. And here's another land. Well, we call them space landscapes. So there's again another one of the Seri Republic homeworlds there. We started on this thing an hour and a half ago. 1.5 hours ago, that is when we started on this. right here. And again, Sleepy, if you want to share some stuff in that chat, please feel like you can do that. Of course, using the oil paints. Using the oil paints like always. We're going to get a couple little darks in here, and then we're going to come back with some more of our lights as well. And again, thank you very much for the raid. We've been having all kinds of fun with our Compass Rose universe. Here's another bus that is also from that universe. There's another one of our species right there. And actually on Monday, we were painting some of these. Now these are, this is from the Great Union of New Terra. A whole bunch of these different ones here. Again, these are all sculpts that I made. Here's some more of them right here. And here's another one here. We'll be doing some more of these on Monday. There you go. So really fun, and they're all on a big old carrier like this one right here. That's more your humans right there. So the first one you saw, that was for these guys. Let me just move some of these out of the way, because this thing takes up a wee bit of space. So Valfera, each fleet is basically going to need its own backdrop, because all of the bases are different. So here, every single fleet is going to need a different backdrop, which means I need to get me a whole bunch more of those big old like lawn sign sheets there. So yep, surface tension. We were saying that Seri Republic Got Talons is a very popular TV show, apparently on Seri Prime. Let's hit some more of our lights here. Then we'll be coming back with some midtones there as well. Thanks so much, Surface Tension. We could use a little bit of anti-sleepy sauce right there, because there's not been a whole lot of sleepy, so there you go. So again, everybody please give Sleepy Wolfie a follow. And again, Sleepy, if there's anything that you wanted to post in chat or something like that, just please feel like you can do that. We're going to lighten this up some more too. And then eventually we're going to get to our fast matte white. That'll lighten this up even more. But for now, we're just going to stick with this. So again, surface tension, which you don't want to mention if you're on Seri Prime. The one thing you do not want to mention is 11 herbs and spices. Don't even bring it up. It's a bit of a sore spot there, surface tension. Yeah, for some reason, that's a bit of a sore spot. So I would not mention 11 herbs and spices if you are visiting Seri Prime. That's now, of course, acid burn. The fishing pole. That's for what would you say? Some of the more relaxing type of fishing. Obviously, the dynamite fishing maximizes efficiency, but you probably used up most of it for the 4th of July, right? Yeah, so you probably already used up most of the dynamite that you would use for fishing for fireworks. So you got to kind of go old school there, and go with the fishing pole. Obviously, the dynamite much more effective. Everybody, check out that Discord link there that Sleepy Wolfie just shared. See, well, acid burn. Just think of it. You're not just depth charging the fish. You're also basically putting out sea mines for the other fishermen. So that's going to maximize your catch just by default, because it's fairly certain that other fishing boats would likely get caught up in the blast. Yeah, let's do some more. There we are. Needless to say, there's surface tension uh, in the on the Terraforce ships there, in some of the pilot ready rooms. I cannot confirm nor deny there might be some Kentucky Fried Chicken containers there in the ready room. They may or may not refer to an engagement as a turkey shoot. So that's fantastic there, Acid Burn. Again, I hope it's really, super relaxing and chill and all that. Obviously, you want to catch some stuff. Here, maybe we're going to put a little of that light down there too. Yep, something like so. There's some more. You know what? I think we need to lighten you just a little bit there. Now, let's see if we can take this and just get a little bit more for the eye here. That one's going to be a little bit easier than this one. This one's going to be a bit of a challenge here. I don't even know if well, the hand it's in your way now. Yeah, okay, I think we got it. I think that's not too bad there. Where was... it's like I saw an area here. Well, I can tell you this, Velfair, they're not really big fans of the turducken. Yeah, they're not... that's not a popular holiday meal there on Seri Prime. I would not suggest you invite the Seri to your house and then try to do a turducken. Let's do this. Now, of course, there is another species that's not terribly fond of all this fishing talk. Yeah, the Alchebans, they're not super happy about that either. Let me get some of that up in here. There we are. Ooh, there's another place we could use again. Now, this is almost kind of a straight-up violet here. Not quite. It's a little bit darker. It's really more trying to get some of the color in there. That's kind of the main idea here. Oh, there we go. There's some more of our violet in there. Now we'll get some of the... you know what, let's do that. Let's do that. Let me get this out of this here brush. Put you off to the side, and I might grab me... there it is. There's the one I'm looking for. Magenta, lighter magenta. A little extra hit. Because I got that, over here. We're kind of running a little shy of that on the back of this. There we are. Nice big old... It's kind of a loaded blending brush there now, Camda, at this point. And there's plenty here for me that I can mix with too. So I can see how that's starting to change. Just like everything that we've been doing up here too. I think it's pretty much a kelp-based diet there, Valfira. Kelp and shrimps. I would say they're a big fan of breaded shrimp there, Valfira, but I don't think they have any bread. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't have any bread. Yeah, and lots of kelp. Oh, there we are. That's nice. That is nice. A little bit of that up here too. Yeah. Now under there, I'm going to go this way with it. I'm gonna need to get me some more of my weight out here pretty soon. There's that. I guess if there were a bovine species or something like that, they would probably have signs on their ships that say "Eat more chicken," like the what's that place? Chick-fil-A, right? I think isn't that the place that's where the cows are flying around with signs that say "Eat more chicken." Back to my magenta here. Yeah, then we gotta fish some of that down into there. Oh yeah, this too. You know what? Yeah, see, there was not only was that a little raggedy there, just was trying to get here. So it's got a hint of violet to it, which would in contrast with the blue that we've got going here. Now over here, we're gonna try to change that from some of the blue. So surface tension, yeah, that's not going to work out well either. The Gaia would, yeah, they would have a little something to say about that. So yeah, wouldn't mess with that. That's one of the species that lives in the void. There we are. All right, a little more of that magenta back in there. I might do, okay, I might do me another little glazy thing. I didn't do too much glazy stuff on the base because remember we had to actually toss some glue in there. I will take this. I will take our indigo. Prussian blue. That is much more glazy now. Even more glazy. And I'm literally just going to drop that on there and just leave that be for the time being. We need a bit of a shadow there. Now we're getting somewhere with this. So Velfira, the void is a little bit like Australia, where everything is either trying to kill you or eat you, or both at the same time. Yeah, then that would be the void. That is a place that is a part of space that is actually alive, and it doesn't necessarily take kindly to strangers. Yeah, so figure the void is like Australia. Strangers are not welcome. Yeah, Velfra, I was hoping, Cam, that you might be able to be listening, because I figured at some point there will be questions about the void. I cannot confirm nor deny that I had Australia in mind when I conjured up the void. Now, Am I zoomed in? I think I am zoomed in. Yes, I am zoomed in as far as I can be zoomed in. So it is time, I believe, to do some more darks, especially 40 eyes is here. Like a so. And the other one is going to be interesting to say the least. Ooh, that's not too bad. That may have worked out. So Velfair, I took a chance because they were still on sale. I might still get another batch. I might still get another batch tomorrow there, Velfira. But I took a chance and got some. Now, I didn't get to put them in the air fryer because, well, if it's 90 degrees in the house, I'm not going to be doing like an air fryer thing. So I just chopped them up with some carrots and some other things and some mushrooms is from the store. But yeah, gotta head over to the store tomorrow to resupply because we're running real low on supplies here. So surface tension, I'll send you some of the lore and other stuff about the Woden. And that'll be kind of your introduction to the Void and what can happen when the Void gets mad at you. Yes, when the Void is not happy with you, you tend to go away. As in like your entire world and your whole species. So yeah, that's don't mess with the Void. I think that might be another sticker I might have to make there for my Compass Rose universe. Don't mess with the Void. That's pretty much what different, if you want to call them sailors, I guess, but spacefaring folks, they have a tendency to refer to the Void as almost like Australia. Everything there is trying to eat you or kill you. That needs to be a little bit of violet. Also, that kind of, there we go. See, it's going to just kind of blend with what's there. That's right. Valfira, I might do. Oh, Valfira, it's too bad that the fabulous new shopping bags are not here yet. Let's just put it this way. I think by Tuesday we're going to be able to put those bags to the test and see just how cold they keep stuff. Now, of course, this advertisement goes back a long way. I know that Valfira knows what this is, but you want to avoid the Noid, right, Valfira? Now, again, we know what that is. I'm not sure how many folks in the chat would know what avoid the Noid is. Was that Domino's Pizza, Valfira? I can't even remember what the pizza joint was. It was either Domino's or something like that. And again, it was you had to avoid the Noid. And he was that stupid little red character. So yeah, do a little quick Google search on that surface tension. Yeah, on avoid the Noid. I think that was from the 80s. So it was. I was right. It was Domino's. So what I might actually do, Velfer, is I might actually put one of those bags in the freezer. I might actually put that bag in the freezer and then go to the store with it. Might even put like a cold pack in there or something too. Oh, look at this! Look at this! So I'm starting to get some of our lighter magenta in there. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's just do it here. Nah, I'm pretty soon I'm gonna have to get me some more of my fast mat weight out here. Well, look at this. Look at this, Camden. We're only about 17-ish minutes maybe from a. Well, no, actually, I thought I read that different. We're about 27 minutes away from a Cinco dose. Let me do this here. And that is why we're going to, tomorrow morning, we're going to get that new air conditioner going. Again, it just made sense. That could just be kind of an urban legend. The whole, you get something like that, or like the battery unit. They said don't plug that in. Leave it 24 hours before you plug it in. I did not leave that 24 hours before I plugged it in. That was not just left to sit there. I was trying to charge that thing up as soon as I could drag it down into the basement. I'm still glad that I got that thing because I'm kind of hoping that's the lucky charm, right, Valfira? It's kind of like, oh, you buy a snowblower and it never snows again. That is, if you want to make sure that it never snows by your house again, just buy yourself a snowblower. There's so many folks in this neighborhood that got those things, and they will literally snowblow the entire neighborhood, like 3 blocks worth, just because they only get to use it like once every 2 years. Meanwhile, I'm using a shovel that's got to be at least 50 years old. That was my version of it. That was my cheaper version of it, though, Valfira. Yep. The roof rake also prevented snowfall, but that was a good deal cheaper than a snowblower, right? I mean, it's pretty much been that way. I mean, when I got that thing. When I got that. Has it ever really snowed since? Nope, it hasn't. Yeah, so that is, if you're looking for a cheaper way to make sure it never snows again, buy yourself a roof rake. Like Valfira said, for all you young players out there, if you want to make sure that it never ever snows again, just get yourself a roof rake. Here we are. I mean, there has been literally almost no snow here in years, and it used to be like, oh, okay, 5-inch, 6-inch snow in April or something like that. It's like, whatever, that's just April. That's normal. Now you barely see snow in January. Yeah, acid burn, those roof rakes, yeah, they can really save you quite a bit of hassle. All right, now, let me get some of my, and again, not the fast mat white. It's just the regular old Paul Rubens white here, but we need some of that out here. We gotta start getting some really light stuff on our feathers is now. Also, we need it for our little lane turn down over there. But I'm gonna just move my camera this way a little. Nope, not that way. That way. There we go. Because now we're gonna kind of focus towards the top of this here. Well, this is going to be significantly lighter. I don't know how much of it show up on camera, but man, it's going to be lighter. Now that's how we roll, Sleepy. Somewhere here. It's going to take me a little while to scroll up there, but if you do not have a roof rake, you can have something like, this. There you go. Yeah. If you don't have a roof rake, you will be on your roof with a broom and a hammer because it's like 11 inches of ice in the gutters right there. And as you can see, what we're looking down at it, that you see, oh, that's snow. No, that's concrete with a little bit of white stuff on top of it. So if I slipped off of that roof, it was going to be right down onto the snow-covered concrete. And that is what a roof rake can prevent. Also, to actually, you know what? The other thing there, acid burn. I bought those because Kathy's family has those for their house. It's that electric wiring that provides just enough heat to melt the ice right where the gutters are. So you put it like somewhere between 12 to 14 inches above the gutters on the roof, and it melts the snow just enough so that it can't form a solid ice jam like that. So that is the difference, again, with you buy the roof rake and you buy one of those things. That's still in the box. I couldn't even tell you where the box is. I got that years ago. I have no idea where that box. I think it's sitting out in the garage somewhere. And now unfortunately, that was a little bit more expensive than the roof rake. That was like $112 or something. But I guess on the plus side, I never needed to use it, right, Valfera? So I'm thinking that overall that's a plus. I'm going to say that ultimately I won that exchange. So yes, roof rakes and those crazy, think of it almost like Christmas lights, like the old-fashioned ones that if you touched them, it was kind of like touching the surface of the sun. Yeah, the old-fashioned Christmas lights. Not the newfangled LED stuff. When those Christmas lights referred to candle power, they meant actual heat. Yeah, it had nothing to do with luminosity. It had everything to do with the scarring on your hand afterwards. Let me lighten you up a little. There we are. There we are again. Just trying to get as much light as we can up here. Now we need some more on these feathers out here. Maybe a little bit lighter over here. Yeah. A little bit lighter on the top of the head there too. But yeah, we used to have lots of those, and they were really big outdoor lights. And if you touch those things at all, even when if it was below zero outside, you could use those to survive. Yeah, that's how hot they were. You could use those you could almost create your own emergency shelter out of those. Gonna throw a little bit of light down here by, again, our little source light thing here. Let me try to sneak in some more light in there. Now we're talking. And this is not our fast mat weight. We could still technically get even lighter than this. I don't really think that's going to happen too much, but we might still do a little bit of that. I might also come back with a little bit more of the magenta, like the brightest, most intense magenta there too. Now, so look out for those bio drones there. Surface tension. Look out for the bio drones. some of this here, especially the flying ones. Their surface tension, yeah. Boom. Lighter, lighter. Lighter there. I wonder. No, no, not there. We'll just. Oh, we'll get the top edge of this though. Come on. Okay, that's better. So have yourself a good one there. Surface tension. Again, appreciate you being here like always. Come on, there we are. A little more light on the edge of these. Come on, there we go. Just turning this thing around, trying to not snap anything off. I guess that won't be too late. I mean, we can always tone it down again too. No biggie. Just really, yeah, some of that should get lighter. The cloudy bits here closest to our little lantern. How's about a kimono extra lighty things on the talons here? Also some there, and a little bit more here on the edge of that. Is nice. I don't really know what. I'm gonna grab me more of my magenta here. Let me take some of this. Yeah, that was a little too close to the feathers. Better get some on the other side here. There we go. Ooh, wait a minute. Wait a second. We're missing you there. Ooh, speaking of our later stuff here, let me just pull this over here and. Yep, it's like, wait a second, how come this doesn't have any of our later stuff, like latest of late stuff here? Yeah, it's kind of weird, Valfira, to see, the LED bulbs that sort of fit the giant old, they look like the old, thermonuclear heat bulbs there, but they're LEDs. Let me do that. Here we are. Yeah, let's keep going with some of this. Again, this is about as light as we can go here on these feathers. I'm going to come back with some darker stuff. Remember, we want to, like we did on the other one, we'll come back and we'll do some, essentially the different spines that you would see on the feathers. More feathery. No, I'm going to go back to the yellow here. That's better. And then, like I said, the bust is not going to be just like the sculpt. It's not going to be like the sculpt chopped off at the torso or something like that. That's not quite how busts work. I know that, well, sometimes Loot Studios, sometimes their busts kind of are just like, okay, here's the hero figure. We just chopped him off at the waist and stuck him on a plinth. It's like, we're trying to do something a little snazzier than that. It's not like how all the Loot Studios ones are, but there's it seems like about maybe 20 to 30% of them are kind of more like that, where it's just like, here, we'll just take the figure, chop him off. I mean, it's gonna be hard to grab him here without knocking down a bunch of other things. 1 second here, let me move this, put him over there. I mean, that's what we did. We took a miniature here, and I stuck him in this plinth. And then, in some ways, that's kind of some of the Loot Studios characters are like that. These are not like that. They are most definitely not just figures stuck on some plinths. Yeah, Velfira, there's, let's see, I don't think I really have any of the old light strings left. Some of them used to kind of be surviving for quite some time, but I think those are all pretty much gone now. There was, actually, the old tree topper. That thing, it still survived. Now, of course, some of the bulbs have been replaced over the years. I think it finally now does not work anymore, but that thing was around for at least 40 some odd years. Wait a minute, let me... Okay, I'm just gonna have to stick my hand on the hand to balance a little bit for this. Come on, a little. There we are. I needed to really get the ends of the feathers there really, really nice and bright. More light up here. Yeah, Velfare, I'm really, really, really working hard to create something that is just not like anything else that's out there. Whether it's the games, whether it's the universes, whether it's the figures, the bust, the bas reliefs. Come on, a little more of that light stuff up there. Okay, I think we got it there. That's gonna have to be later too. Again, we got ourselves. We're only okay. So we are over 2 hours in. I was thinking, man, we still got ourselves hours left, but now we are at 2 hours 13 minutes, so about 9-ish minutes away from Cinco Dos. Camden's probably got it all lined up, just saying, yeah, you think you're gonna sneak it past me? No, Velfare, actually, I was hoping to prep that. I thought I was going to be able to prep that one while I was waiting for the air conditioner. I ended up doing printing stuff instead, as in like 2D printing. Yeah, go figure, Velfare, 2D printing. Yes, we still do that. But I have to remember to, because what'll happen there, Velfare, is I'm going to pick that thing up, and you know how it is. I'm going to tip it over, and the 2 fingers that I was able to rescue, those are just going to land up on the floor, and I'll never see them again. So I got to be super careful with that thing. Here we go. There's some lighter stuff. Now, there we're going to take the magenta over there. This is going to be some very intense magenta here. Look at that. The very intense magenta there. So more of a violet over there. We're going to try and get more of our more intense magenta over here now. Is nice. So yeah, I'll be doing bas reliefs, of course, of these. I think the Seri, the Alchibans, Actually, I think the Woden are going to make some really fun busts there, Velfira. I think they're gonna, they'll obviously there'll be a chance for some glowy stuff on them. Okay, now let's get some of this lighter magenta down here. Not all, just a lighter magenta. I'm going to take some of you and some of the sky blue. A little more thinner too. Come on in here. Also over there and down over here. Just let that do all the mixy stuff. Mixy, mixy, mixy. Look at that. So basically nobody else is doing bar release. Very few people are doing flats. Actually, Velfira, I had never... I was going back to some of the stuff we did right after Adepticon. Right, some of the bar reliefs I never got to, and some of the redos. You're going to be seeing those on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel all the rest of July and into August while I'm gone. I basically have something like a dozen videos that are all set. Like every 2 days, Valfair, there's going to be a new session up on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Like over and over and over again, we're going to be seeing more new, new old episodes anyway. Because all of these episodes, that is where they end up. Ultimately, they go to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That's if you want to like see the beginning part of this. Well, that is going to be on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Go there, subscribe to that, and then you'll be able to, as soon as they get one of our sessions that we're doing here ends up on that YouTube channel, you get the notification. So Veilfair, ultimately, I did want to do an RPG, so a bit like what we did with the Cybertheria. And then the figures might just kind of be, again, representative of, again, of your RPG character. There's also, again, remember, the crew of the Compass Rose. That's what it was all originally supposed to be about. It was supposed to be a whole series of stories, basically as seen from the USS Compass Rose. So yeah, there was the Nimue one. There was... I never had a chance to post these yet. The Lancelot, the Lady of Shalott, the Excalibur one. So there's something like, I think 4, maybe 5 bas reliefs. Oh, and then also, too, all the board game miniatures, which, ironically enough, that's kind of what we're talking about. Yeah, the board game miniatures, there's going to be 2 of those posts that will go live during July. Let me do this right here. Part of it had to do with just making the thumbnails there, Valfira. I have a much faster way of making those. Now, let's put it this way. The new way, I think I did 11 of them in the time that if I was doing them the old way, it would have taken, I could have done 3. So instead of 3, there were 11. Now here, this is like a combo of the feathers and the magentas. All this stuff is kind of just mixing in together. What is feather? What is fabric? We don't know. I will try to get some lighter stuff back here, though. Belfair, I'm really glad that I didn't keep working on the chess set. There's way better. Yeah, I've learned a whole lot more And I've got a whole lot more tools available, like with Nomad Sculpt there, Valfira. That will make doing the chess set way easier. Here we are. Again, because with Nomad Sculpt, I can break it down into the like individual pieces. Hey there, Earwolf. Thank you so much for being here. Whoop. You'll get your hype train. There you go. There's your hype train there, Earwolf. Well, happy Sunday there, Earwolf. And thanks again. Thanks again for joining us. Of course, Valfira, it just wouldn't be Buck Polaris if he didn't make an appearance at the Grand Ole Opry. Here we are. But that's going to be on. It's going to be on Moscow. Yes, the Grand Ole Opry's not the one here. It's going to be on Moscow Prime. Be like 5 times the size of the actual Grand Ole Opry. All right, let me get this out of the brush here. Magenta here. So Earwolf, I guess you probably got a chance to see then the bust that we did on the last stream, and then the painting before that. If you got that 7-stream streak going there. Here we are. Okay, yeah. So in some ways, Valfira, you can think of in some ways Earth became a little bit like, oh, is that what's this, the town? Obviously the town around Chernobyl. Nature grows back really quick, right, Valfira? And there it is, Cinco Dos. Thank you so much, Ken. I knew you had it lined up. Something told me that you had it all lined up and ready to go. So thanks, Ken. Appreciate that. Again, you're like, what the heck does that mean? It means nothing. It doesn't mean a single thing, right, Camda? But of course, it has outsized significance for some reason here. I don't know why. And I do believe it was a Cinco. Yeah, it was the Cinco trace. I think that we noticed first, right, Camda? We have yet to have a Cinco Stinko, but who knows? That I think when we get back towards winter time, that might be a thing. There might be a little bit of some marathon sessions once we get to like either the fall or winter. Wow, it's downright frigid in this room. It is 80.6 degrees. It's almost time to start setting things on fire. That's insane. That's the coolest it's been in this room in probably 2 weeks. And that's without the new air conditioner there, Valfira. There we are. It's not like that thing's going to be a miracle. It's just, it will be better than, well, almost nothing. There is quite a bit of variations on it. And of course we got this whole base down here too, right, Valfira? It's like, oh yeah, that's right. There's that whole base thing. Thank you so much, Bruce Banner. Appreciate that. Okay, so seriously, you're not dating Guahir, are you? It's like, who the heck is Guahir? He's like, Lord of the Eagles, all that kind of stuff. It's like, well, we don't really have eagles here. You also smell really weird. So any universe I go to, that's like, they can't say, hey, that's a really nice stick you got there. That's a really cool hat. They just say you smell weird. Man, that's just, I'm out of here. Now, I don't think, did we? Oh, yeah, we did. I think we had a Gandalf 6 on the last stream. I know we had a couple, we had a bunch of these. So again, you add enough of those half a sixes together, you start getting yourself a 6. But that still counts as, that does not count as 1, that counts as half. That is half a 6, but thank you so much, Bruce. Appreciate you being here. Ooh, I wonder. That's a little bit of the umber. No, that's a little tool reddish. Or radish, either way. What we need is, there we are. We need a little bit more shadow here. If this is going to be doing this here, no, now we're talking. Okay, more Indian yellow now. More Indian yellow. Less of that stuff, more Indian yellow here. Then we're going to have to start working on some of our gemstones down there. So like Valfera was saying, 2 hours, 26 minutes, and 5 seconds ago, there was bingo paint on this. There was none whatsoever. It was a paint-free object. And, well, now it is no longer a paint-free object. It's got a fair amount of paint on it. What's hilarious, Velfir, is the other, was it last week or something, when it was actually in the more like the 70s or low 80s or something, I ran over there and I ended up getting these, well, they were like these basically mango frozen ice bars. So that we, just that way we don't run short on Indian yellow, right, Velfir, if we have the mango ice cream, or so the mango ice bars. We will never run short on Indian yellow. I'm going to take, no, back to the brown. Onto this side especially. That should be, oh, fair, even darker. Here, let's go even darker. And now we'll be able to come back with our light over here. Nope, not that much yellow on that side. On this side, it's going to be more of just, again, the umber to darken it down. Naples yellow. Naples yellow, maybe some of this. So yeah, I think for sure we're going to have to do an early morning trip to the grocery store after we get the new air conditioner in. Let's go with this. What you're seeing there, that pattern in the floor, you can see we did a little bit of that in our fabulous, we haven't done this in a little bit. A comparison there of our painting and our figure here. Just like I know Kathy's sister was saying, that the one plant, or the plants that are doing well up there, are the plants that, well, like the hot stuff, like the tomatoes, actually. Well, let's put it this way, Valfira. Frederick is a much bigger fan of this hot stuff than he is the tornadoes. Yeah, Frederick does not mind the hot stuff. It's the tornadoes. That's kind of the stuff where he says, hey, wait a second, what's going on here? The sacred tomato plant, it's almost over the fence. I would say maybe by the end of this week or next week, it's actually going to be, the top part of it is, you'll be able to see it from Jose Minerva's backyard. It'll be like up over the fence. A little bit more, there we are, of our gold stuff there. Let me take a little look. See here. How light did we get on some of the? We got pretty darn. Oh yeah, we got pretty light on some of that fabric. So let's get even lighter, maybe on some of this here fabric there. At least there are flowers now, Velfair. I did all that replanting of the. I'm gonna have to just. It's not gonna be ideal, but it's it's gonna be like probably 90-something degrees when I'm transferring all the other plants. But it has to be this week because those containers, as I learned the hard way, they are not going to survive. Again, if the little plants, they don't make it, whatever. I learned my lesson there, right, Valfair, is just let them grow over the winter. Just let them grow over the winter. Put Christmas ornaments on them in the house, and then stick them in the garden that way. None of this start growing stuff in May or whatever. Nope, I'm not doing that. I learned my lesson. No, let me go back. Ah, good. We have our magenta over here. This is going to be like a little bit of each. A little bit of the magenta. Now back to our really light blue blending brush. This will work. That will suffice. Is nice. Maybe get some of that over here too. No, that is too light. I'm going to get our fabulous nut periwinkle. We'll put that on there. Oh, another. Something else that got stuck on there via the primer. There we go. That is helpful. Some violet under here. I see I missed that before. Ah, there we go. Just a little bit thinner. Makes that flow a little more. The crazy thing, Valfera, is that giant tomato plant that's out there, that started growing in the pot after I planted everything else. I'm like, okay, there's no seeds or seedlings left in it, and just started growing. Now this year, I didn't stick as many seeds in the pots, so I'm not getting like second and third and fifth waves coming out of the pots there. All right. Yeah, we'll use that gray. We will use that gray. It's going to get infused in here. Now let's go back to our lighter stuff again. Now that can do a little wet blending there. Yeah, I got a little bit of the graininess. Some of that graininess is gone now. I think this is the one. I'm going to try to maybe start doing some of our lighter, but also cooler yellow here. So this is that lemon yellow we were talking about, well, the last couple of streams, really. Last couple of streams. Basically a yellow that's got quite a bit of white in it, or even just a tiny touch of blue. So it almost is a bit towards the green in a way. Now that should start to stand out a little bit more here. We were chucking in a whole bunch of dark. Now our light, and again, we can still go lighter than this too. The yellow on that side, that's going to be more like our fast matte white combined with the Indian yellow. Yeah, Velfair, it's just and Kathy's family, there's stuff that's doing really well up there, and then there's other stuff that's just dead. Like, oh, the grapes that they tried working on, that's all gone. That's toast. But there's other stuff that's doing actually better than it did last year. And every growing season's gonna be different. Oh yeah, that's nice. Finally able to get a little something here along the trim of our steps. Most of the bases are actually like this, by the way, for our Seri Republic figs. Yeah, this is pretty much how the bases are. I mean, there's variations of them, but they kind of have the cloud effect, the lantern, the gems. Yeah, like so. And more. Like that. We need to catch a bit more light on this part of the gold trim there. And that now is starting to stand out a little bit from what we have on the other side. Maybe a little bit of the, just a smidge as it kind of wanders over towards where our lamp light is. Then we've got a similar thing to do on the other side here too. Like, boom, over there. Let's put it this way, though, I believe it was just last year. They had so many grapes. It was either last year or the year before. They had something like 45 pounds of grapes. They were making, they made about 400 jars of grape jam or preserves or whatever, and now they'll have none. Well, I mean, they still have what they made from before, but there's not going to be any new stuff. And it was either last year or the year before. I think it was even just last year. Going from not just a bumper crop, but like multiple bumper crops to nothing. Let's do this. Come on. That edge. This, not too much. Get rid of some of that. Now, in a little bit here, I'm going to do a little bit of refresh on the medicine. I was not able to get a print set going before the stream, so I don't have to check on prints or anything. Yeah, let me hit a little more light. Yellow down there. Yeah, I'll go with it. I wasn't really thinking of the lighter yellow that close to where our blue glow is, but we'll roll with that and see how it works anyways. Let me break that down a bit more. And if this can have a little hint of some brown, I think that's actually going to make our light stand out. No, it's starting to look a little bit too green. I will just maybe use our Naples yellow here. On this side now. To try to mix a little bit. Well, yeah, they've got tons of other crops that are doing pretty well that clearly are much happier about the toastiness. Now, of course, we are talking about essentially suburb of Minneapolis, so not as toasty, I think, as it's been for us, right, Valfira? Toasty is relative. More of that Prussian blue. More separation here via the Prussian blue. We'll do some of that out here. Also, some of the chains and decor over here. Also going to get some of this. Like so. I tell you, Camden, I wish I made these years ago. Even without the magnet stuff in the center, which again, that's one of the main reasons why I made these. Like this, just being able to stick my hand on that. I guess the thing, Camden, I just didn't realize that I could hot glue these things. And if I put a certain amount of hot glue, it would be just enough to hold them, but not so much that I'd have to try and pry them off of there like they've been super glued on there. So that was kind of the magic moment when I realized I can just hot glue, because I'm not trusting this to blue tack, right, Camden? There is no blue tack I would ever trust this to. We've done some really heavy stuff. Of course, when I get back to doing some of the terrain, these will be really helpful for the terrain too, right, Camden? No, no, no. That's where it should go. Now, I wonder, can I actually find that here? I think what was it? One of these messages here. Ah, there we go. Yeah. So there's the very first CD, and that would be, and it is a genuine CD of 10 songs. The songs of El Chiba, and I think we also have the back cover here. Yep, there you go. There's the back cover. Oh, this is that theater that I was talking about, where the musician starts to sing and the creatures show up, and then as the performance builds to a crescendo, the creatures start to change colors to the performance. Hey there, Bunions. How you doing? Bunions, I still have rubber cement somewhere in this house. Well, obviously the commercial art field, I used to use that all the time. It definitely has a fragrance. Yeah, as soon as you met, I was like, yep, I remember the fragrance of that. I also remember art school where you had 20 other people in the room also using the rubber cement. Essentially, Camden, it's sort of like the glue version of blue tack. I mean, it's before there was computer graphics like PageMaker and all that kind of stuff. To be able to set type, you had to be able to move. You had to be able to move that stuff around, and you could actually lift this stuff up and then move it. So it was glue that wasn't like permanent glue. But like Bunions and Cabbage was saying, it had a fragrance. And by fragrance, I mean Gandalf times 100 fragrance. There's a little gemstone that we forgot there. That stuff was nasty. Oof. Now, if there are any surviving jars in this house, they're all completely dry by now because, well, they're a wee bit on the old side. They've been around a while. Trying to get some of the texture on the, well, basically skin there. And trying to work in a little shadow there. So yeah, you could basically have your thing of type or whatever. And if you needed to lift that up and move it or whatever, you could lift that up and move it. Let me darken you down there, and then also some more here. And then some more of that here. And now our lighter blue. We'll go right there. And kind of like it did on what we were painting last night. Hey there, Irid, how you doing? Everybody, please give Irid a wife a follow. Irid, hopefully the painting went well on stream. Sorry if I missed you here. But Irid, why don't you share? Why don't you share some stuff there? Share your Pinterest link in the chat. And again, everybody, please give Irid a wife a follow. So sorry if you said hi earlier there, Irid, and I missed it. I apologize. There you go. Everybody, check out that Pinterest link that Irid wife just shared. And then give Irid a follow. And again, I hope that the painting was super successful. A little lighter with that here. And I think I also, yeah, that's right. No, after, there we go. So now I also have to stick these literally on the CD itself. I will burn the CD after the stream, and then I'll try to get those stuck on there. And again, if that doesn't work well, there might be a little bit of a howling sound that emerges from this area. Glad that the painting went well there, Irid. Now that's good. That's basically violet right here, kind of in between the two. Let me try some of this. I don't know. That might not be opaque enough. Nope, it is opaque enough. Okay. That was more opaque than I thought it would be. That's all fine. There, we can tone that down a little bit. Might try to chuck a little bit of that under here. Come on, there we go. A little more light down here. It's a little too light. So we'll back away a little bit here. So again, Eric, glad that the painting went well, and here's hoping that let's see, you're gonna do the normal streams this coming week, right? And I don't think you're doing another cooking stream. Again, the dogs want a cooking stream every week, right? Right, Irid? So again, everybody, please give Irid and wife a follow, and see you in a bit there, Irid. See you in a little bit. Get in there with some of that, again, slightly lighter yellowish stuff there. A little bit of our lighter yellow metal on top of that. Got little bits of chain over here. Some of that down in there. Also, a little more, yeah, here, that's, we might still have to come back with more blue on that. We'll see how it goes. light in that area. Gonna take our dark blue like we did on the other side here. So that and our Prussian blue. Some stronger shadows. Gotta thin that down. There's like a big old chunk of paint in there. I could see that sitting there on the brush. Ah, there we go. That is better. We'll do that now. Also, that. Strengthen that dark. Strengthen this dark. There too, and a little bit of the umber mixing into that blue to kind of neutralize it slightly. Okay, yeah, that's the kind of darker stuff that I really needed there. Work in some dark here. So again, I'm gonna. Well, and of course too. Now, geez, we're almost at hour 3. I can actually break out the fast matte white, which means I can really, especially on here, that actually would be helpful. That would be a really good next thing to do is get that out here. Okay, so don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be right back. We're gonna, I think, break out the fast matte white and really, really, really just pop in some of the lightest lights on here and also on the feathers and stuff. Let's do that just in a bit here. So don't go away. We shall be right back. before I do the white, let me either throw a little more dark down or a little more light down the some of these shapes that's not super light. Let me try this first. Is this light enough? I think that is as light as I want to go on these. Again, that is not where that's supposed to go. We'll just take that out with some of that. Fine. So again, everybody please check give Ear to Kenwife a follow. Super fabulous jewelry. Get that. That's a kind of a shadow area there, so let's leave that a little bit free of this light. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but that's pretty much how I have to hold this thing so I can see it and then also get at it. Come on, there we are. Now I got to do the same thing here. I got to get some stuff on the talons here. We need some light over there. And also on that, maybe not quite that. I'm going to back up a little bit more towards just the sky blue here. Some on the leg here. More on that talon, and then you maybe be able to see a little bit of it, but there you go. Yeah, that's what I've got to do here. Again, it's not it's just going to be kind of blocked from your view momentarily here anyways. And then I might also come back with some darker stuff there too. You might be able to see it as I hold it this way. I can. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, there we are. That was a big old chunk of paint on there. I'll just try to lift that baby right off of there. Then also try to get a little shadow around that. Alright, back to this, to the lighter stuff here. And yeah, like that. Oh yeah, let's get some more of the light right next to that. Yeah, that's where that should go. And now this. A little more of that light in here. Still haven't got the fast matte white. We're going to wait on that for a little bit here. Let's work with this first. Come on, more light in there. Yeah. Lighten that up. You know what? I'm going to try and lighten this. No. Let's get a little bit more of the blue in there. Ooh, we're pretty close. Yes. A little reach. You know what? Let me get a bit more of that fluorescent. There it is. Okay, finally. It took a couple of attempts, but I got to where I needed to go with that. Okay, yeah, that's right. Now we'll take some of that same stuff. There's some parts over the lantern up here that could use that. That's a not exactly a as intense of a coloration as we need around this light here. That's better. Same thing there. That maybe shouldn't. That doesn't have to be quite that light all the way around it. All right, back to this. Whoops, blue again. And that's not the Paul Rubens fluorescent blue, because the Paul Rubens fluorescent blue is basically ultramarine. This is much more of a cyan, and I needed the cyan, not the ultramarine. Some of that on our clouds here. Let me a little less violet right here by that light. Oh yeah, we're missing some of that here. Yeah, whoops, that's too much of it there. Oh, nah, that's gonna mix too much of the violet in that. The blue there, okay. I like having a little bit of the violet as an undertone on that. That's okay. The fluoro stuff, as always, is going to be really, 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 really translucent, which is handy. Because that means our stuff is going to show up underneath there. I might... Let me try this. Let me get some of the paint out of there. We'll take one of my one-half choice brushes. We're going to get our magenta, lighter magenta anyways. Right here, we have a whole bunch of nothing right there. Ooh, look at that. And it's not the really bright magenta, it's the really intense magenta. So it's like a mid-tone. It's not a highlight, but that is such a saturated color right there. That really stands out big time. Didn't need it to be lighter. Didn't want it to be lighter. Same deal here, because now we got basically the blue on this side, and now almost like this the red counter on the opposite side of that. We need to determine, is this going to be lighter in here, or do we go darker with something? Let me use the violet here, and Prussian blue, Prussian violet. Oh, there we go. We'll have to make that color cam to Prussian violet. Along with all of our not radiants. It's a whole bunch of fake colors that don't exist. Like, oh, where do you buy Prussian violet? It's like, oh, it's kind of like a cadmium gray shade. You can only get it in Welshlandia. Taking my blending brush to the... Yeah, I still will have to go later. Okay. I'm glad I got that dark in there, though. I do think I needed that dark in there. And let me see what happens. Yeah, see, that makes a much more of an impact. And this is only a light middle tone. This is not like some super, super light highlight or whatever. That's more of a middle tone there. Well, light middle tone anyways. Same thing down there. Let that mix with the blue. And all this stuff is having a nice little chance to mix and do stuff. That will be a little lighter perhaps. Yep. Actually, I don't think this was one of them. But there was a couple of the busts and figures where I was trying to do the test, and the Saturn, figuring out the different resins and supports, and some of those supports they left some really big pock marks, almost like shell holes in a wall, or like a stone or a concrete wall or something. And I tried our quick, nice, fast curing resin that we hit with the 405 light, and when I paint those this Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever coming up, we'll see if that did the trick. There was a bunch of stuff that I hit with, again, that 405 resin, or the clear resin, and then hit it with the 405 light after. Okay, there. And I think I'm gonna, before we get that light, let me take this here brush, some of our, this is gonna be like a funky little kind of tan-ish gray, and that is gonna go in some of our feathers here. And again, we might even draw what might look like like the spine of the feather there. That's the same yellow we've been using for our gold and other areas. Now we mix some of the Mars black in there, and it essentially turns sort of like a dark middle tone gray. So while this looks dark, it is not dark. And then, boy, it's still going to get you, the lights are going to get even later when that fast matte white comes out. So we're kind of setting that up. Yeah, see, we needed some more definition over here with the feathers. Yeah, that's better. This is definitely a good idea, doing this over here. Yep. Same thing over up here. Yeah. And more. See, there we go. Nice little spines on some of these feathers where it's just kind of open. Now, little suggestion. Doesn't have to be super obvious, but just a suggestion of it there. And then same deal over here. Get up onto the shoulder here. Stuff on the arm. Little bit of, yeah, we got not a whole lot of shape or shade on the arms here and the hands just yet. I might, here, let me take a little more of this. And let me push that around a little there. That wasn't exactly where that was really intended to go. We just kind of, again, changed it up a little bit. Now, I think we kind of did some of that over here, but let's get this other shoulder here. It is nice. More, again, of the individual little feathers and such. This here shoulder. Further down towards the wrist. Again, this is not black or anything like that. It's not even Van Dyke Brown. It's definitely lighter than that. Because it's basically Van Dyke Brown mixed with some of our much lighter color. Not down there. Not yet. We'll also have to get some little highlights on the talons as well. Light down there. That was too much thinner on there. Well, there we go. We're just going to wipe that away. I'm not going to be coming back with the fast matte white anyways, so the light parts of those are going to get later, no doubt. Blurple is a fantastic color, right, Camda? More Blurple, more better. It's classic Blurple. Let me see where. Oh yeah, I do believe our Alchiba here. That would be called Breen. That would be blue and green, which of course is a Breen. Yes. Or Bleen. I do believe it's also been called Bleen. Again, blue and green. Nah, that's too much there. Get back a little. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Let's break out Mr. Fast Matte White here. That would be. Oops! Almost grabbed the iridescent pearl white. It's funny, Cam. I don't know if you probably couldn't see it on screen because of all the shiny stuff, but comparing the iridescent pearl white to the homemade, the stuff I made with the Green Stuff World pigment powders, this you cannot see a single mica flake. With the iridescent pearl white, it's like you can count the individual mica flakes by compare. It's crazy. Because I know you were talking about that on the stream there about the metallic stuff and making those powders. Holy smokes! All right, now this is it. We can't get any later than this. We are at full power, as Rudolph might have said. We're at full power now with our light here. This is as light as it can go. I also need to get the little tiny dot in the eye. Let me see if we can do this here. I don't want to smush the paint on our miraculous little gold feathery piece there. One shot. There it is. I was like, that first shot, I almost had it. It took the second try to finalize it. Lighten this along the neck here. Top of the head for sure. That is finally getting the light that it needs. Now these feathers, and again, now they're really going to get their really intense light here. Same with these guys. Here we go. Guess what? We're moving over to this side, doing the same thing. Extra light there. There's a big old glob on that brush. Gotta get no more globs. No globs. Light on the shoulder. Light on this shoulder. yeah, definitely light along that edge. Fingers going to get lighter. Knuckles get lighter, the wrist gets lighter. More light on the arm. Ooh, we got some mid-tone maybe to add in there. Let me do, well, first we'll hit all the stuff with our fast matte white. Then we'll come back to that. Hopefully we'll remember to come back to that anyways. And then we're going to also start again, we're talking about getting our really light stuff here on our gold. Look at that, see? What we thought was the lightest light. Well, that was not the lightest light. This is... Well, we waited almost to a Cinco Trace there, Camden, before we got our lightest light on here. That is definitely not being a hasty hobbit. Yes, indeed. Almost 3.5 hours before we even think about playing around with the lightest light. I mean, once you put that lightest light on there, well, there's nowhere else to go. You've kind of, as they proverbially say, painted yourself into a corner at that stage. Some little highlighty things on the talons there. That also needs some kind of light there. And now this will also yeah, that's going to stick out some more now too with this extra bit of light on it. How's about our little clouds here? Getting some extra light. Yep. To this side. Get some of the metal here, gonna catch some of this light. We will probably come back with some of that blue mid-ish tone as well for toning down a little bit. Where we got, again, I want some of my source light kind of glinting off of some of these metals. Same deal here. Our little chains, again, going to catch some of that light. Also there. Bingo. Ah, here we are. Did we not? Nope, never did get the, and here again, this is where I wasn't really worried, right, with the violet there, because I can just come back in here with our latest light on the feathers, and then up here and down here, same thing. Nice. Doing this here, and yeah, there we are. Okay. Oh yeah, light there, and of course light over here on the back of the neck. We need more light over on this side, plus the little light light on the eye there. Now that was a little too much. We'll have to come back with our dark there. Light on the hand. I thought I'd already... Oh, I think I got the talon on the other side, the dark part of the talon anyways. So we'll have to come back and get the darker part of the tone on this side of the hand. And now if I do see that, because we put that little bit of dark for that spine in there, putting that little bit of light, actually stands out now. Let's do more of that here. Some more of our light. All along here. Also there. Oh yeah, these guys need some light. That's why, again, I wasn't worried when I had to just kind of come in there with the brush and just kind of take out a bunch of it, because I knew this was happening next. Another feather. I see. There we are. Possibly a little more light on that too. Okay. Now this side with some more light on our middles and such. And then also this. We haven't forgotten our little bit of clouds over on this side. And a good portion, again, of the bases are going to have this kind of motif with the clouds, the staircase. Nope, let me do this. That's there, here, and then now this. A little more light there. Okay, let's sneak back over here and let's start doing some of this really light stuff on this piece of metal here. Also the little cloud tops from this over here. Bingo. Extra light there. Get this thing gonna come right across here and cast a little bit of light over there. So let's see, we've been doing it, what, 3 hours, 25 minutes. No zenithal or anything like that. No pre-coloration. Just we did our little lighter dry brushy stuff. Then a bunch of different glazy things. It certainly had the whole things must be messy before they can be neat. It was quite messy. It was very messy for quite some time. And then all of a sudden, well, it just sort of transformed and it started to be more like this. And that's kind of how you have to think of the oils. The oils, hashtag no layers. No layers. The oils layer themselves, basically. There's been a whole bunch of extra little fun blending we've been able to get just because we're not doing these layers. And that's it. That'll work fine for acrylics. That is all good. But with the oils, it's kind of like, well, it's almost like you're, I don't want to say wasting your time, but you're certainly not taking advantage of just what is possible. You might be extending the drying time by, well, a lot also. That's another thing. If you try just thinking of them again as super slow drying acrylics, they will be super slow drying. That's for sure. You'll be successful in that. But that's probably not what you're looking for. Come on, there we are. Get this here. Okay, you know what, let me, before I forget, because I will, we need to reconstitute this. That kind of sort of works for right now. Doing this. Okay, a little bit of that up here, and now over here we're talking about this. I wonder if just a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep would be in a yep, see that is just light enough, but it has the opacity. That's really more what I was interested in, was the opacity than the just a regular lightness. Now I think a little bit of the Naples yellow to get the last bit of light in there. Yes. I do believe we got to do the same thing on this side. Now, same thing with the Mars Yellow Deep. Thanks, Cam. Thanks to so Valfera is. Have you been able to doze off at all? Again, you and I have had some really bizarre sleepings. It's kind of crazy there, Valfera. I think the non-sleep schedule for us is almost perfectly synchronized today. And of course, it took bizarre stuff to make that happen. Because, yeah, basically, I think, yeah, I had an alarm set for 2:30 in the afternoon after maybe getting to sleep at 11 or something like that. Well, trying to get to sleep at 11. Didn't really. It was more like toss and turn until about 2:15. And then, 15 minutes later, that's when the alarm goes off. Right, Valfair? That's how that's going to go. Now, you know what? While I'm still thinking about it here, I will mix the fluorescent blue with our Prussian blue and see if I can do a little sneaky, cheeky, almost like a bit of a semi-tiny little cast shadow there. That is, yep, I think that was a good idea. Yeah, Velfair, I do believe I've pretty much consumed at least one Monster Energy drink today. There will be more consumed after the stream. Yep, Velfira, and I think we were talking about it, right? The thing that I actually saw, and this was like in a medical thing, is that the human body pretty much is designed to sleep somewhere between, say, 67 and 69 degrees. It's not even supposed to be 70. I mean, obviously, other folks like it warmer than that, whatever, that's fine, but just in general, the human body is kind of designed to be a certain temperature during sleep. And, well, 82 degrees is not one of them, right, Valfera? Yep, that's, I'm going to say that is not ideal sleeping temperature. I'm going to try to make that even lighter. Is that too light? Well, we're going to find out. Nah, not really. That is too much thinner. We're going to take away some of that thinner. Okay, there we are. Because like you say, right, Valfra, you can pile up the blankets, or you can have the electric blanket or whatever. It's real easy getting warm. It's just like, okay, if you're out on the street, public society only allows you to go so far with that strip poker right there. You can always add more clothes, but at a certain point, you can't take any more away and still be walking around on the street. Nice to see you back there, Irid. You know what? I'm even going to do that. Look at that. I put a little bit of the blue even on the gold. And guess what we're going to do? We're going to do the same deal over here. I had to wait. I had to wait on that. So yes, this is gold. But if that's metal and we got a blue glowy thing here, why are we not having any of the blue glowy stuff reach it? And we're doing a similar thing. A little bit over here, not as much. Yeah, a little bit, well, you don't want to also have to have paddles along with the energy drink, right, Valfira? Yeah, that would be less positive result there with the energy drink if they also have to come with little tiny paddles. Let's do this. I am going. It's almost going to be like a semi-glaze in there too. There it is, a little bit of Cinco Trace. Oh, it's kind of funny, Camden, because I looked up and it was also 33 viewers, I believe. Now I could be wrong, but I think right at that we had 7 threes there, Camden. I'm gonna claim it. I'm gonna claim 7 threes. So there you go. That's a record of threes there, Camden. A total absolute record number of threes. I guess you have to look at it both ways there, right, right, Valfira? If you don't have the paddles, you'll be sleeping really good. You'll have quite a long nap. All right, let me get a little bit of the dark also in the gemstone there. I don't even know Spanglish. Oh, the great minds think alike, right, Camden? Even in what was in French always franglaise. Yes, franglaise. That's it. Yeah, that was my version of spoken French was franglaise. Because for whatever reason I could read and write in French but could not speak it, couldn't understand it if it was spoken to me. Just one of those bizarre things, whatever's. Dark, more dark, all around here. Also there. Oh, look at that. I gamble in French. I gamble in bad French. There you go. Because I'm gonna change parlay into parlay, and I'm gonna say that Camden gambles badly in French. There you go. We'll say it that's our translation. That's our official translation there, Camden. Yeah, that would be the official translation of that statement. Let me get some more of this darker Prussian blue, pansy gray mixed down here. Ah, Same thing over here. Look at a little bit of the extra dark. Oh, maybe even in here. However, gonna chuck me a little bit of that ombre in there, and that will kind of take some of the blue away from that. Not all, just some. There was the. That's it. I knew there was something on this side. I was like, there was something I wanted to do this dark on over here, and that would be the talons. Got him. Okay. Ooh, yeah, I like that. Ooh, I like that. I'm gonna do some more of that then. I will do a little bit of this darker stuff on the feathers down in here. Not a ton of places, but I do think a few places going to benefit from that. Yeah, look at that. So thanks for catching the Cinco trace there, Camda. Well, we did all three. We did the Cinco Uno, Cinco Dos, now Cinco Trace. I know we did the Cinco Cuatro list. I do not think no, we weren't going to get to a Cinco Cinco. There we are. Mass, of course. Wavy is that's one of those conditions on Lake Michigan where it's really just the wind is coming out of the east, like really intense. And when you get the winds coming off of Lake Michigan like that, you get a whole lot of wavies. That's for sure. Let me get some darker browns in there. I mean, this is an omni-channel, right, Camda? I mean, we also cover language skills here, as in we mostly devolve language skills. Okay, yeah, now I'll try to come back with the lighter highlight on there. It didn't quite go exactly as planned that first time around. Also, let me see, how dark did we get here? Oh, so, okay. Alright, let's get some violet here then. Kathy's sister would be very disappointed in all of this Spanglish right here. Because I believe it was 3 years she was living down in Costa Rica to again really learn conversational Spanish there. She probably should have moved here because, well, she could have gotten a job as a teller at the bank because, well, it used to be you had to know Polish and English to be a teller. Now you definitely need to have Spanish and English to be a teller at the bank here. Now that's it. That worked. Okay. Again, that was just a little bit of the violet there. A little bit of the violet. I am going to put a little bit of that in a couple of these areas here. Just, this might be about as dark as we go on any of our cloth. I think, yep, I'm going to get me some up here. Ah, that was a good choice. Excellent choice there. Maybe darken you a touch. Oh, this here. Darker. Also in here. So, ooh, I like that. Maybe under the hand. Right under the wrist here. Mm-hmm. which means behind the shoulder. Also, these two spots. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, that made sense. I was almost thinking, translucent cloth and stuff. Maybe not. Ooh, speaking of which, let me try this. No, let me put that brush over here out of the way, and I'm going to. That one's a little too. This is the one. Geez, I still keep forgetting to get another batch of these, just to have them, because we tear through these things really quick. I've got to get me another batch of those. Nice. Little extra. Light blue there. You know what? Let me get. Oh, we still got good. We have a whole bunch of fast matte whites sitting out here, don't we? That will be helpful for catching some of the. We should do this later. Yeah, that is soft and smushy enough for a little smushy brush action there. Too light, but blending brush to the rescue. Look at that, tones it down and also softens any weird little edges there too. It does it all. Wait, is this too light? I don't know. Let me see what happens with this. On those tail and a little bit extra light on the leg there. Also too that our yellow gold, that doesn't belong right there either. Come on, there we are. And then it all kind of blends together. I was like, wait a minute, that's how set some of that paint is. My goodness. Doesn't take very long. Now here I will make you light a little less of the less violet too, I suppose. Yeah. I might do a similar thing over here. Nope, not that. I'm going to say these. Cast a bit of a shadow over there. I will try. Let me see if I can feed this through here. Oh, look, you can even see it. What am I bashing into? I'm bashing into another piece of cloth over there. Come on. Bashing into another piece of cloth over there. Yeah, I'm back to it here. Ooh, other brush. There it is. Like, how did that disappear so fast? Even for me, that disappeared in record time there, Valfira. I need, first of all, complete that shape, and then, it was too much. I will come back with the darker stuff. I gotta do that on this gemstone up here anyway, so not a big deal. That is fine. You know what, let me get the Prussian blue. Plus some of that. Hopefully you can see what we're doing here. We're gonna cut that out of there take a little bit of that. There we go. We just kind of fished away some of that. Our fabulous kind of cyan color here. It's funny there, Camda. I saw Yeti and I thought Uber Yeti was in the chat. I'm not kidding. I looked up. I was just about to say, "Hey there, Uber Yeti. How you doing?" And I went, "I don't think that's Uber Yeti." They were all of them deceived. More of that cyan gonna go over the top of this. A little more cyan down in there. Where's me Prussian bow? Darken you up. Especially where it's closest to that, it just kind of makes sense. Is that, oh, and another, I didn't think I would have other bits of stuff stuck in the primer, but we have some here. There we go. It's like, how in the world do we have stuff stuck in the primer there too? It happens. Whatever. I might find get a little bit of the weight in there. Let me see if this is enough for some of the lighter part on the chains here, but not too. Yeah, that might just work out. Gotta reconstitute this. Way too thick for doing that. That might just be better. Pretty much what I needed there. Okay. Yeah, no, we need some little bit later there, but not super late. Not like up here or anything. So Velfira, when you're prepping, imagine prepping about 13 pieces this size all at once, and a bunch of ships. You just on the next thing you know, there, Velfira, and when I'm doing one or two, you kind of remember to do that, right? You take the brush. Actually, Velfira, what I used to do was when I was again not doing as many of these at once as I had the USB powered, essentially the same kind of the magic air can that you use for your computer. Actually, Velfira, I got to do that. I need to do that to this machine. Kind of hit it with the magic air can, and kind of blow out some dusty dusts there. Because as you can imagine, right, Velfira, there's not just regular dust getting into the computers. There's another kind of dust. Well, there's like 4 other kinds of dust, right, Velfira? Ooh, look at that. Look at that juicy magenta right next to that light there. All kidding aside, Velfira, I was spending a ton of money on those. I think a 3-pack of those was something like $35 or something. And you get like 2 sprays out of them and they're gone. Well, you heard the story. I've told it multiple times how I actually use that on the gutters. I'm blowing seeds out of the gutters with that USB thing. I had it cranked up to high. And all the stuff is landing on my brother-in-law's head. Because he didn't see me. He's like, he actually had like the giant ground version, of that whatever, and he's blowing stuff around. He's like, what are you doing up there? Because he didn't think it could be that small and that powerful. Yep, Velfira, I take, well, actually, Velfira, I need to actually get a third one But you know well, I don't. They're not exactly charcoal filters, but the heavy duty mask, right? I think you would actually call those more like a respirator type thing. Yeah, when I'm doing the heavy duty prepping and all that kind of stuff, yeah, that makes an appearance. I mean, I have them anyway, right? I have them anyway. Might as well use it. Ooh, I'm gonna get me some more. See what I just dropped in right there? And I'm going to, ooh, look at this, look at this. We're going to be cheeky here. We're going to get a little bit of magenta in our feathers. Why? Because it's basically about the same value as that brown. It's going to be magically delicious in here. Is not, yeah, ooh, look at that. Change to like there's like 4 or 5 hits that I did in there. Stop, no more. Don't need to do no more there. We're going to do some more over here. Now, let me refresh. So value-wise, this here magenta is basically the same as what's already sitting there. The difference is the color. Instead of all that just being the brownish gray, yeah, that is. I was like, what? We need a little something, something there. That was the something, something. Because we did it here. As I saw that, and I'm like, why is that not over here? Why do we not have that there? It makes no sense at all. Oh yeah, can't. The stuff was flying out of the gutters. And if I held it on its side like this and shot it this way down the gutter, I mean, that's if it just go airborne. I cannot confirm nor deny, Velfair, that I waited for him to get to a certain part of the alleyway or, the gangway between the houses before I angled it a certain direction. I cannot confirm nor deny that that accidentally might have happened. That rain of seeds that fell down on top of his head, that was absolutely not intentional whatsoever. No idea what happened there. Alright, here's some more of that magenta. It's going to work its way around the arm. We have some of the blue in there. Now we're working a little bit of that magenta even over here. Oh, yeah, yeah. Somehow we actually have something on the bottom part of the hand. Now this is more just the regular feather color here. Oh, and also too, the other birdies that I'm going to be painting, they're going to be all, some of them almost be black. Now, can you imagine, Camda, something like this, well, even the same one, right, being painted almost more raven-esque, like, the black shiny feathers and stuff? Maybe with even a little hint-ola of some of the, say, interference blue or interference violet. That might not be nothing. That might be a little something. Again, they don't have specific, like, breeds of birds like we have here, because it's kind of many light years away. So yeah, we're not looking to just like replicate birds from Earth on a whole nother planet. That is not what we're doing. But I did think it would be more interesting if we did that. Now over here, you know what? Here, let's get a little bit of this right along there. Just like I didn't really want that to be too light, but it just kind of needs to be there. Let me try a little something here. I got my old blue. What I'm trying to do is sneak you in here. Ooh, it's working. It is a working. There's a little glowy gem in here. Got him. This little glazy thing I'm doing here is only just to intensify the blue around it. It's not really to darken something. It's actually to intensify the color there, Sea Dragon. So happy Sunday there, Sea Dragon. So here, we haven't actually shown these in a while. Let's do the bust next to this. There. Oh, let's get out. There we are. There's that. Now let's get the painting. That's never gonna get old, is it, Sea Dragon? That is never gonna get old. That is super fun to see the two of them next to each other. And of course, again, when the time comes, I'll try to make sure I have pictures of all three together, and we'll try to do more of this kind of trifecta here of flat. Well, we sort of were doing that with the Cyberthuria stuff. It's just the flat was a bas relief. So technically, it's not like we haven't done this before. It took a slightly different form. But yes, indeed, really, man, oh man, this is going to be very fun. And again, all of the different species, really looking forward to. I think they're all going to lend themselves pretty well. I think the Moskins are going to make. Oh yeah, they're going to make some really interesting busts there, Camda. So with Nomad Sculpt, what I'm going, and I've seen some videos on it. You basically make yourself a texture stamp, right? Because the Moskins have some very heavy skin texture. So I'm basically going to make a stamp in, well, probably Photoshop, something like that. And then I will use that stamp to actually create that really kind of crinkly Moskin skin, the heavy skin texture of the Moskins. That might, I was trying to save that as a tutorial there, Camda. And then, oh, for the Woden, obviously do a more mechanical stamp, right? So I can almost kind of stamp in some texture lines on the Woden. Now, again, filming the Nomad tutorials is going to be difficult because that's not available on PC. So I'm not quite exactly sure how I'll film those. But again, Nomad Sculpt is super fantastic for 20 bucks forever. You buy it once, you don't have to buy it anymore. There is none of this monthly stuff. I think didn't Valfera, I think you sent me that was that an Instagram vid there or whatever where Microsoft didn't really mind that people were stealing Photoshop because they knew one day they would be able to charge them to rent it, get them hooked on it, right? What they didn't realize is that somebody might be enterprising enough to save a 20-year-old version. That would be moi. Because there was a long time people were laughing at me for using Photoshop 7. They're not laughing anymore. Does it do everything that whatever the new Photoshop does? Well, no. Because it's 20 years old or more. But I can have it on 1,000 machines if I want it. And it ain't going to cost me nothing. Remember I think it was what, a couple streams ago, right, Velfair? I was talking about the Sony Vegas stuff, and I went to put it on the new machine after the old one died, what, last week or whatever, and it was like, nope, you can't do that. You don't have enough licenses. The only reason I could put it on the new machine is because I deleted the old one that was dead. And I would have stuck with Vegas 11, but that was also on CD-ROMs, and that just was not replicatable. Now, this Jimmy Stone needs the really light stuff here. There we go, we're getting there. I will use, that's the no, it's the manganese, nope, that is actually the fluorescent blue. Yeah, it's not manganese blue. Yeah, I need more. Whatever it is, I need more of that and less of the fast matte white. Okay, that's a little better. Now what about over there? Oh, again, yeah, a little lighter. Okay, fine, a little lighter down here. There. I'm gonna wait a minute. Wait, let me go back. There we are. I think that's got more of our. Yes, there we are. So look at that. See that little bit of blue reflecting on there? A little bit of blue on there. So Irid, if you wanted to share your Pinterest link again, I know it's been a little bit since you were last in here. So why don't you go ahead and share that? Actually, oh, and now, Irid, how many more streams do you think it might take to finish the current big painting project there? Wish me luck. Wish me luck there, Velfair. Like I said earlier, we're going to be using the USB CD-ROM, and we're going to see if we can start burning these Buck Polaris CDs and stuff. I mean, just having those is going to be so hilarious. Let me do this here. There we go. Oh, yeah, I'm going to put more of this blue out there. Okay, so again, we caught a little bit of the blue right on that. Nice to see you there, Lou. How you doing? So, Lou, happy Sunday, of course. Happy Sunday to you. So, well, geez, it's almost 4. I looked over there. I'm thinking, it's going to be like 3-something o'clock. Well, geez. Well, we're starting to work towards the Cinco Quattro there, Camden. A little bit there. And over here, I will do a touch of that blue right there. Yeah, Velfair. Well, you remember I told the stories of I had, ironically enough, those two machines do still exist. Now, of course, the guts of them have pretty much been torn out and replaced by new stuff since then. But I had both of them burning DVDs 24 hours a day right next to each other. And that's all they did, Velfair. They did nothing else. I mean, I didn't even have, any kind of internet stuff open on them or anything. That's all they did. Two machines side by side for at least 4 or 5 months. At least 4 months for sure. And that was when I learned the hard way about PAL and NTSC, which I'm sure is still a thing, right, Valfira? And not just PAL and NTSC, but the surprising places where they still use NTSC, which I do believe Japan is a place that still uses NTSC. I don't think Australia does, but yeah, Japan, that was a surprise. I was like, wait, Japan uses NTSC? I shall lighten you a bit right there. Unfortunately, there, Valkyria, that's all this machine would be doing is just burning those. I mean, it's not like there's tons all at once. So there's a little time before Adepticon and even before Gen Con. Come on, that might have been a little too late. I shall retreat towards more on my. Yeah, let's roll with that. Come on, push over this way a little more with this light. And now that starts to look a little bit more like a cast shadow. The other thing I need to do here is, well, I think I've got enough. I still need to get like another hub, like a real heavy-duty one, and also I gotta get me some more USB drives. Well, after Gen Con, that'll probably be a priority, is getting more of those external USB drives. Because, well, reasons. Thank goodness for those, right, Otherwise, yeah, the production would have taken a major hit if all the stuff was not basically on USB drives like that. Now, this is mostly indigo right here. Again, we're trying to kind of create a little bit of a cast shadow going this way. I might even, here, let me try to get a little extra dark in there. And then, the darker we make these, come on. Yeah, we kind of lost a bit of that dark when we were fooling around with some of the others. Oh, there we are. And the darker that gets in front of our light source is nice. Couple extra little darks up in here. Because we did have that. Let me. This is handy as a reference now. What did I do there? Okay. Oh, that's right. That will be trickier in here, but I'm going to try it anyhow, because if I don't like it, it'll be very, very easy to change. I'm going to take this and the magenta here. I don't know if it's possible or possible, but here we go. Little. Yes, it is. And that softens up that expression. We really got to do that over here. More the magenta and the there. Okay, and now let's try violet. Let me try this. That will go up a little bit further. Okay, now we'll try this again with our lighter magenta over here. Okay, I don't know if you can see it. Okay. Alright, wow, we're gonna have to get some more fast matte white out here, aren't we? Because now, yeah, that's all. There's no straight up fast matte white anymore. Oh, we got clumps of stuff there. Let me get rid of those. Try this again. Alright, first, gonna deposit some of this elsewhere. Now we'll try it here. Right there. I think we were able to get a little teensy dot there. Now, what about this? Teensy bit of light over there. Oh, yeah, there we are. Let me try. Ooh, okay. Nah, that got too dark. Ah, there we are. That's kind of, get in between, kind of a halvesies right there. Little bit of halvesies on that. And now, a little bit of our clouds. I'm actually going to get a little touch of the magenta. Color goes somewhere. Must go everywhere. I think, oh yeah, the sticker for that was kind of hilarious, wasn't it, Camda? For a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Yeah, we'll do that. Touch more there. Blending brush. Soften that up a little. Ah, like, I know there was another whole area that I kind of wanted to do that. Maybe, that's what I need. Try it again. Alright. Yeah, well, that had to be a little bit different from all of the kind of the gold-ish type stuff there. Let me take some of you. No, I want to kill all the dark and all the shadow areas. Get at least some of that. Whoops, wait a minute. Let me try that again. Try it over here, then over here, and then over there. Now, what's about this? I'm going to take this, our brown here, our umber. Alright. Back to this crazy kind of violet type color here. Possibly a little lighter. That seems too late. Let's see if that works. It's almost a little too late. More. There we are. I mean, it's really amazing, right, Kanda, how much, well, and ultimately, in the end, how much time that saves. Because you're just not having to do that over and over again, right? You know, all the extra work. Now there's, again, some of the umber in there. Separate some of that, a little bit more dark there. Okay, and maybe even there. Maybe even more umber. Down around here too. Yeah, something like that. And, oh, here we go. We got that now. What about up here? Yeah, see, we got like a light and then a middle tone and then a light. We don't have that dark band in between. Re-establish that. Blending brush. Or smushy brush. Sometimes we just call it the smushy brush. This might work here too. Might need the other brush. Again, these one happy choice brushes, when you're trying to do this kind of stuff, they don't last very long. Again, that we use them as glorified blending brushes or microfilbert brushes. That gives us a little hint of metal. Now up here, we also, we kind of went back with some dark there, but I'm thinking, yeah, see on the shoulder here, that should get lighter. Good enough. Do that. More of that brown. Whoops, not that much. Yeah, we'll get rid of some of that and come back with this. I will try maybe some of this Indian yellow, where you hide, and you're down there. Because this part of our little gemstone insert there has kind of disappeared. Okay, I think we brought it back now. More of our yellow up there. It kind of is getting a little too close to all the white feathery stuff. The light stuff on the talent. I'm gonna maybe pains. Okay, that wasn't necessarily where I wanted that to be mixed up, but that's gonna be good for the talents here. Oh, I also see we got to get the bottom here. Let me just take some of our fabulous feather mix here and just feather this on there. Look at that. That kind of initial darker glazy stuff that we did in that is still, it's still wet enough that I can kind of reactivate it and use it to blend with this new lighter sort of mid-tone right here. Where was that? That is over here. Nice. And oh, okay, that was almost a little too much there too. And we'll do that. Bingo. Nope, I'm not going to play with that over there. I'm going to try to get some of that in this this shadow over here without making it too dark. We need some of that. Oops, that's too late. Too late. No, still too late. I'm actually using. This is what I was using as a. That was a shadow color here, and these feathers. Context. That's why we don't do super dark primers or super light primers, because anything next to a super light primer, well, guess what it's going to look like. And same thing with the darker stuff. Yeah, I'm looking at that going, gee whiz, how is that lit? And I'm looking at the palette, it is almost like a dark. But the color, we did such a good job at establishing the actual darks there. You know what, here, let me get a little bit more of my fast matte white out here before, there we go. A little bit more of this. Well, that tube is going to last way longer, courtesy of the Paul Rubens white. Jeez, I still gotta, might even get me yet another pack of these, because that keeps getting wiped out a little bit more each day. I have not looked to see if, I don't think there's been any kind of miraculous Paul Rubens sales over the last few weeks, post Prime Day. Is this too late? Nah, not really. Nope, not too late. What I want it for is this sort of stuff. I might even go a little lighter for this. Especially on this side. Come on. Ah. One more hit. And that might, there we go, that's it. Nice to see you there, Mort. Happy Sunday, Mort. I'm guessing you probably didn't have a chance to see the bust or the painting. Now, it's been a little while. It's probably maybe been about an hour or so since we showed these two together. Here's what we did on Thursday, which is really wild to see side by side with this. And then, well, last stream on Friday was this. If I had three hands, we would hold all three of them together, but don't have that particular blessing from Zinch, so we don't have the third hand to do that with. So thanks, Mort. Appreciate that. And of course, this all goes with our Seri Republic. And of course, we painted a whole big batch of ships for the Seri Republic. There are still some more small craft cammed to print out yet. Now that this stuff with the supports here and some of the things I've learned about the resins and everything, I think I might be able to get some more successful results on those. Also, too, well, we're just printing them bigger. That was when I was trying to print them up really tiny. And again, the Moriarty, I'm not sure if you've seen that on the Patreon page. This is another one of our busts right here, another one of our compass rose species. And I also have figures like this of that species too. We'll be kind of working on those. That's probably going to be that might be a post-Gen Con thing. That's fantastic, Cam. I know you like to do that mix of resins, right? Like you were talking about on the stream there. I'm kind of running out of that ceramic gray resin. I'm going to have to start paying attention to Amazon sales on that stuff because I'm tearing through that really fast because it's the one resin that I've got locked in. And of course, Moriarty, if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Sorry, I meant to say that sooner. There's, I'm going to go a little stronger with that. Right there. Also, come on. Here's this. Could use some cleaning uppins here. Yeah. So Moriarty, if you got an Insta link there, well, you can share Discord links there too, Moriarty. If you want to share a Discord link, you've seen folks share those. Those will definitely work. If you want to share a Discord link there in the chat, there's already enough social media platforms to keep track of. Trying to keep 2 YouTube channels, the Twitch channel, the Patreon page, the Facebooks, and the Instagram going. So the Discord thing, that is, at least for now, that is not on the menu. Maybe one day it's on the menu. Take another little look-see at this. How dark did we go? Oh, okay, I might... Oh, actually I want more violet. That's it. Well, look at here. We got this violet sitting right over here, nice and convenient-like. Also, there's a big old clump on the end of that brush, not convenient-like. Make that a little further up there. Okay. See you later, Incanes. See you later. Well, you know the deal. Why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Everybody, please give Incanes a follow, because Incanes also does the oil painting. So yeah, Incanes, you do the deal. Do the thing like I usually do. I'm just going to set my hand right there so that I can... There we are. Ooh, a little light there, and also on the lower part there. Oh, that worked. I need to do something similar on this side over here. Pretty much worked. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Incanes just shared. Appreciate you being here, Incanes. Now, let me see if I can get some lighter stuff on the end of these feathers. Also there. Couple, but there, here we go. Get some really, really small little interrupts in here. Oh, we're getting them. There we are. Now that is more in line. I'm going to do the same deal on this side. So everybody check out that infinity figure there that Mort just shared. That's is that Insta link. That is an Instagram link. So check out again what Mort just posted. So Mort, hopefully things have been going really well. And I don't know if there's any painting contests or anything like that that you're gearing up for. Alright, let me do this here. Ooh, I will take our round, do that. Now we need reflected light, which might be best done by this. So again, everybody check out that link that Moriarty just posted, and that's an Instagram link. Yeah, if it was a Discord link, it would be a mile long. Like, for whatever reason, that just kind of happens with Discord links. Don't know why. They've always, I think every single one has always been like that. More of that's not probably dark enough. Oh, it is. That works out just fine. Just fine. What? Okay, there's a whole bunch of choppy up here. Let's see if we can make this here less choppy. Nope. Let me see what happens when I Little magenta. Ooh, that did just that helped. And in there, there's already less choppy. Right, there was like a whole bunch of just like wow. There's a bunch of rando brushstrokes and weird, funky stuff in there. Now Moriarty, I think we've talked about the glue, green stuff glue uh, thing that we do, and ironically enough, it pretty much started with the old metal Infinity figures back in the early 2000s. Like the Pan-Oceanians with those crazy little antennae things that they've got. Yeah, the only way I could get those on there was to have glue on one side of the joint, glue on the other side, and then have a piece of green stuff in between, a little tiny chunk of green stuff in between, and that was the only way it was possible. And even then, not the easiest. Although now I am kind of liking the using the resin, that fast curing resin with the 405 light as a glue. That has been working okay, Camden. It's not 100% foolproof, but it's kind of helped. Come on, let me get a few little extra lights there, and then down there. Boom, that's it. Couple little lights in here. All right. Yeah, that's better. I will do this now. Yeah. That probably just needs to be a little later there too. Yeah. All right. What are we doing with our? I'm gonna make those touch that. And that's not fast cement weight either. That's got some of our yellow in it. Up here a little more. Something. Let me go with, where's my indigo here? Cut those off, alright. Nice to see there's Zell. It must be, well, let's see, it's 5:22 in the morning. For you anyway. For here it's 4:22, but for you it's I don't know if that's some of the young about to head off to the airport. Okay. Because at first I was thinking, well, that's mighty early for you, and I thought, well, you know what? Add that extra hour in there. Well, hopefully, well, I'm not going to jinx nothing there, Zell, but hopefully nice and chill. The irony is, I was going to say, hopefully nobody has like some really young kids, and that the young kid is maybe a little bit opposed to being on the plane like that. And again, here's hoping that you can do that. I don't know if it's going to be at that time of day. You would hope, right, Zell, that there wouldn't be a ton of people on that plane. But then planes don't make much money unless there's a ton of people on them, I guess. But no matter what, here's hoping you can maybe get yourself some shut-eye. You know what? Fine, I'm going to get me a little bit of that over here. There's a little weirdness going on, and it needs to probably almost be this blue here. Yeah, I'm not sure there is ever such a thing as a non-super crowded flight anymore. It used to be okay. Maybe there was not too many folks on the plane. First, it was like, oh, it's practically empty. Then, well, maybe not too many folks. To, well, it's wall to wall humans. Can I? Yes. Ooh, I can get these two. All right. Data one. Data one there. I was hoping maybe you got yourself some good noise canceling headphones there, Dell. So have a good one there, Eared. And again, if you want to post your Pinterest link one more time there, Eared. One more time before you go off to sleepy buys there. Go ahead, do that. Now out here. You can see. I mean, we got pretty light. You can see with our magentas and stuff. I'm gonna try and go even a bit stronger with some of the lights here. Wow, geez, Camden, I looked up. We're only 6 minutes away from a Cinco Quattro. Man, oh man, look at that. I did not expect to see that. It's like, huh? Yeah, we're less than 6 minutes away now. I bet check out that Pinterest link that Irdik and I have just shared. Now that's not quite as intense, say, as our other magenta. Unless jeez, I don't have to be grabbing more fast mat weight. We'll go with what we got here. We'll go with what we got. A little bit extra light on that too. Here's a whole another area that is a little choppy. We're gonna try to take some of that away here. First, maybe with the light, then with some more of the dark. So let's get you on here first. Come on. Now we stop with that. Okay, I just put that. No, let me want this one. Let me go with this. Some of the over. No, no. There we go. We're making our same crazy brownish gray again by taking that essentially Mars black, sticking it in all of this yellow over here. Because, reasons. Let me move that over a little bit there. Now, Mort, are you going to be doing... are we also going to be doing some paint classes there too at Adepticon next year? Let me get this in here. Hopefully well, that's pretty dark. That is borderline too dark, but I need to kind of bust this up into a few little smaller. There we are. Few little smaller somethings there. Now on the underside of the chinny chin chin here, perhaps I'll mix some of the magenta in with that. That's just like on a big solid dark. We gotta get something a little lighter there. Yeah, more just like that's why I know I'll never ever be able to do a tournament at Adepticon. Well, like the Lord of the Rings tournament, it's 2 days long, which makes that impossible. There's no way we'll ever be doing tournaments at Adepticon. here and let's yep, we need some more of that light over here. I got some of this. This might just be light enough. Oh yeah, that's good because it's not even as light as the fast matte white we put on there before. That's good. That's good. I don't remember. I think it's probably Friday, Saturday, or something like that at the Adepticon tournament. So that's an well, even if it was just a Friday or a Saturday, that wouldn't really work either. But 2 days, nah. Still crazy to think there was this one year I did the 3 tournaments. There was the 40K championships, the Warhammer Fantasy, not Old World championships, and then also the team tournament with Marty with the Civil War dwarves. Shall we do that? Yes, we shall. Alright, and do that now. Then on over, no, let me get the not Mars Yellow Deep working into this. Because we don't have enough of that with any light on it. Yeah, this is also not, I was painting this like it was the little cloud goer. It is not part of the clouds. Let's get some more disorder again. Not part of the cloud. I was thinking that it was. None of that is. And we might have to come back with a couple of glazed things of umber mixed with Indian yellow, but at least this is helpful for right now. Okay, yeah, again, that change that away from all of the okay, that just slipped out of my hand there. That's alright. Where's my violet? Whatevs. Don't care. All better. Now, what about this gray? This is very much a neutral gray by comparison. Not so much of the violet. Now, with this, I think, yeah, I can just get some of the Paul Rubens' white in here to lighten this all up. Let's do that. One more round of, well, this here. There's a Cinco Cuatro. We did all 4 of them. We did all 4. Cinco Uno all the way to Cinco Cuatro. And thanks for catching them all, Camda. They're like, was it, oh yeah, Pokemon or whatever, you gotta catch them all. We caught them all this time. They were not tricksy enough there, Camda. They were not tricksy enough to escape you. Oh, geez, actually, Camda, why don't you... Oh, geez, I think when you shared your stuff, it was a while ago. Why don't you share your Instagram link again there? Because Camda also does the oil paints. Oh, that's important. That's important to take that away from all of the browns and tans. Got it. Now over here, I will take some of you, mix it with this. Again, that is more of a neutral gray, not really a violet or anything like that. How's about everybody do a little look-see on that Instagram link that Camda just shared. And then everybody give Camda a follow. I don't think you'll be doing the streaming thing later today, will you? I know you had that relatively long stream. I mean, well, actually now, what is it? It's 4:34. It's almost time to feed some angry orklings, right, Camden? And they're always angry. They're always angry. So I hope you can get some rest there, Zell. Hope you can get some sleep. And of course, hopefully no hassles getting at the airport, then getting home and all that stuff from the airport, all the good stuff. So take care, have a good one. Maybe here is where we need the lighter part of that, yeah, because that would be almost a bit of a shadow there. Now over here, same deal. We need, yeah, it's a little too light. Sure, we'll use you as a blending brush. Just like that. So doing the Friday one. So Camden, yeah, according to our on-the-field reporter, who for some reason was based in Texas, our on-field reporter said that the Western Bulldogs were able to eke out a two-score victory against the West Coast Eagles. Like I said, if Luke might have just literally done like some seppuku or something like that in the locker room if they had lost that game, I think he would have had some genuine seppuku. Wow, that's even lighter. That is most definitely lighter. Let me let me get a little something here, or we have to go darker one way or the other. We're gonna try this first. We will try this lighter stuff on our little bit of cloudy clouds over here. Ooh, not too much thinner though. We don't want that to be a pin line wash or anything. That won't be helpful. Not at all. Wow, look at this. And just as we say that, it has dropped to 79.3 degrees in here. Holy smokes. It's practically a new ice age in here at Camden. I honestly couldn't tell you when the last time it has not been at least 80 plus degrees in this room. That would be weeks ago. But if we don't get that new air conditioner in tomorrow, it will soon be back to 80 plus degrees. So it is first on the menu once daylight occurs. Nice to see you there, Roland. You're just hoping that that sounds like you were able to figure out a little bit of a painting mystery there for yourself. That also not the cloud color, so we're going to change that to, and now come back. We'll just maybe use this here. This is the Naples yellow. There we go. Not so much the cloud color there. Could this get a little later, perhaps? Could that get a little later too? I don't know about the end of that feather being quite that late. We can always change it if we need to. Can always change it. Now let me see. Let me get my other brusher. Well, first I'm going to take all this stuff off of this one. Okay. Mixing that with, oh, okay. Well, we were talking about the Indian note. Wow, it's actually stayed. Well, I think we did remember to put a little bit of thinner on there. Not quite thin enough. Let's chunk that down a little. All right, over here now. I think If I push it this way now, you can see. We'll have to come back at this with our burnt umber too. I can see. Yeah, we will do that after I hit it with this. I think it's time for some umber. There we are. Ooh, here are a couple little shots of our lighter stuff. Up there. Now I will take this. Now we're still working with this light. Oh, jeez, that got light. Now you don't have to worry about that not being light enough for our little cloudy things here. What's happening with this again? A little bit later here. And now that. Also this. And over here. I think that we're okay. Now we were talking about our brown here, and we have a little bit of the Indian yellow. Unless it's not going to be dark enough, in which case, might even add a little bit of violet. Nope, we're good. We're totally good. Don't have to go too much darker than that. Because what I want to do is separate. There we are. There's your separation that we needed. Might need to do that over here, although it's in shadow, so you can't really see it. So I don't need to really worry too much over there. Alright. And of course, 4 hours 54 minutes ago, this was a complete blank canvas. There was nothing on here. There was no paint at all. This has all been 100% done. Basically, the last 5 hours here. That is how we roll here. We start the stuffs on the streams, finish the stuff on the streams. A little extra of the brown there, and maybe some down here, just to almost a bit of shadow there. Maybe the same over here where it's not the blue. Yeah, some of that brown over there. Alright. Not sure if this is exactly what I want to do down here, but I'm going to try it anyhow. Yeah. I need to do a similar thing here with it. It's got to be darker anyways. What kind of dark is it going to be? It's going to be this kind of dark. Possibly even... here, let me refresh that brush again. Yeah, now also take some of that away. That also should have some of our darker brown. And then over here too, we're kind of going all the way around here with this. That's a little more mid-tone-ish. Because it can't all just be the same, that level of dark brown. This is a little bit lighter. So we went from kind of a pretty much straight up darker burnt umber. Now this is, I guess, closer to a sienna now. Yeah. That needs to stay dark though. That also needs to stay dark there. We can make a little light there, which we did. Okay. Now up in here, let me try try Prussian blue. Maybe, ooh, yeah, now that's going to be a really dark blue. That is for, not really sure you could see it. You might be able to see it after I hit it, but that's going to be for this stuff right here. So to see right there, so that's what it's for. Also, to darken that up a little more, because the whole shadow thing, and then we will try to take this, thin it down, because that's not really being affected by the blue, so that is going to become more of a gold there. Oh yeah, that's better. Carry some of the gold up in there. Get too late though. That is it's borderline on the too late. I think now you can kind of see it in there, right? Let me try a little bit more of that. So we got those edges there. Let me, you know what? This will be a little tricksy here, but let me see. I'm thinking this light might still reach this. It's high enough over the top. Oh yeah. Well, wait a minute. Let me turn that way. Also some of that here. I'm going to push that further over here a little more. Also, maybe if this gets, the lighter this gets, the more that's going to look like a shadow area. Yeah, I think that helps. Here is some more of our, what, once again, break it down. Come on, oh, there we are. Trying to get these talons here. I will put a little light in here. Perhaps an extra little light over there too, yep. That will get lighter. And here. Oh yeah, let's see if we can sneak some of this. We were doing on the other, oh, there we are. Yeah. We were kind of doing it everywhere else. Didn't get it snuck in back here. I might try, yeah, maybe even more of a pinline washy type thing here. Because remember, with the oils, you can thin the oils, you can't not dilute them, which means if this is basically almost straight up white, and we put a ton of thinner in there, we just got straight up white. That's what we got. Unlike I get with the acrylics, that actually happened in one of my tutorial videos, where I went to do the same kind of thing. And I said, you know, I wonder if it's going to turn all kind of grungy, and sure enough, it did. Oh my goodness. because it does not work the same way because of the, again, the capillary action of the oil paints. It's just going to be different because the liquids involved, while they're different, it's not a good or bad, it's just they're different, that's all. I want a little bit of my fluorescent there. That's going to be later because it's not really looking like it's illuminated. No, it will. And even that is not as light as it could be. I will, here, a little bit more of our light right in there. So some light over here. Also some light over there. Now what about this? This is kind of a little smushy right here. We need some little extra edges right there. I'm just getting my references back up here. There we go. Hey there, Hippocrates. How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid there, Hippocrates. And of course, if you want to share stuff, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Studio Hippocrates. Hey there, Litzy. How you doing? Nice to see you there, Litzy. Check this out. Let's zoom out. Maybe it's easier to see some of this if we zoom out. There we go. So, Studio Hippocrates, thanks. I got a chance to see what you were painting there. It was looking really fantastic. In Studio, why don't you share some of that in the chat? Now, Thursday, we did this. Well, it looks kind of similar to that now, doesn't it? On Friday, we painted this. There. So we painted this up on our Friday stream. This we've been painting over the last 5 hours and 4 minutes. Right there. So again, having a lot of fun here. And this is one of our species from our fabulous Compass Rose universe. Oh, look, they have ships too. Yes, they have ships. They also have their homeworld. Here, oh, look at this. We did this a couple weeks ago. Might look a little bit like what's down there. So again, this is the Seri Republic homeworld here. We've been having a lot of fun working with these. Hey there, Spotty. How you doing? So, yep, this was again, we did this one on Tuesday or Thursday, sorry. And boy, it's even see the little blue lanterns here. That's why this is same thing over here. And of course, here we can meet the Seri Republic. We'll start where they are in space. There you go, in the lower left-hand corner. That is the Seri Republic. Oh, there's that ship that you just saw. All right, there's the ship. Oh, speaking of ships, we painted these three on stream. So that's just basically a photograph of the three ships, and then they come from an area of space known as the Valley of the Giants. So lots of red giant stars, blue giant stars, all that fun stuff. There's the bird brains. There they are. So again, different aspects of Seri society. The architecture, obviously based very much on height. The 12 perches of the government. So each one is almost like a cabinet member. You know, it takes some are more criminal law based, some are more maybe economics or agriculture based, resource wise. This is their ethos, these three thoughts: low thought, more instinct; middle thought's pretty much day to day life, just working, building stuff, doing things; and of course, everybody seeks high thought. And you're going to get more high thought in some of their more artistic endeavors. Look at that. There's the wind dancer in the center. We've got an orator, a scholar, an artisan. So we're going to be painting all of those too. We've got a bunch of them already printed out. And of course, again, studio, if you want to share some stuff in chat, please go ahead. And what are we painting it with? We're painting it with our oil paints: Williamsburg, Gamblin, Winsor Newton, Richardson. Also, again, our new Paul Rubens. Well, maybe not quite so new, right, Camden? They've been around a little bit. Oh, check this out. This is another one of our species here. I'm working on some miniatures of them. This was a tutorial video on the Patreon page. And of course, on Monday, we were painting up some of these. These were some of the Earth Force ships here. That was a little electronic warfare craft. And then we also did some of the interceptors and bombers. We'll be doing some more of those this coming Monday. Pushing this out. There we go. Get that out of the way. So here you can see the difference. These are essentially the same class of ships. So here is the carrier that you saw from the Seri Republic, and here is a similar thing. Again, that is your human society right there, the Great Union of New Terra. Where is the latest? Oh yeah, here's the latest Cyberthurian. This was our corrupted version of Lady of Shalott here. That was 2 weeks ago. I think we did that one on stream. Something like that. And again, everybody please give Studio Hippocratus a follow. More of this. And Spotty, well, actually, Spotty, if you wanted to share some stuff too, I know you never really get a chance to do that, but if you want to share anything in chat, please feel like you can do that too. No, I don't know if I make that any darker. No, that will just, I will make that a little darker though. Everybody check out that Discord link. That Studio Hippocratus just shared. Now, Hippocratus, the project that you're working on, is that for an upcoming contest or upcoming kind of convention or whatever? If you want to fill people in a little bit on the details of it there. No, I need to get, there we go. Let's get some of the Prussian blue mixed into this here. Now, I don't want to go super duper dark with these here. They're supposed to be kind of like, well, clouds. More clouds. There we go. I think was that also like a 75 to 80 mil size fig that you were working on, Studio? Because I saw a big old horsey. I saw a big old horsey there. And I thought, oh, I wonder if that is a somewhere around a 75 or 80 something mil. So scale model challenge. That's fantastic. Yeah, and everybody again check out that link that Studio Hippocratus just shared. Also too, actually I haven't seen Pascal in a little bit there. Well, of course I missed a bunch of streams last week, so I haven't seen Pascal in a little bit. Everybody should also give Pascal Ruiz a follow too. Yeah, there we are. There's some more. We're going to have to get some, we were talking about it, getting some more darks, at least in this one here. Maybe as opposed to the one where we've got the source lighting hitting it. Nice. And again, our universe here, we are working on a strategic map type game. Obviously, you saw the starships there, so that would be more of a tactical type of thing. And we're also working on sort of an RPG for it as well, along with, again, the Cyberthuria stuff. Board game, role-playing game. And all of them are tied together, so if you kind of have one, you kind of have the other. For the RPG, you can essentially take the the hex map that you end up building during your during your game of Saber 3, and you can use that as the map of your universe when you decide to maybe do a little bit of RPG. Yeah, and rest assured it won't be 500 bucks, that's for sure. Alright, couple little extra turkeys in there. Yeah, alright. I'm going to maybe sneak in a little extra dark over here as well. Just sharpen up some edges. Some of those getting a little bit on the smushy side. You know what, I might even not just darken it down, but also sharpen that edge right over there. Okay. I might, here, let me, maybe we'll roll with this. I think this is what we were using on the, let me move this over a little bit. Trying to take that yellowish tan just a little further back, and then also some here. So this pattern that we're doing right here on the floor, that's basically this. So, and also too, we're trying to have, you see how we have kind of a nice polished floor there. We're trying to do a similar thing over on this side too. So see the other Hippocrates. I know, well, it's 5 in the morning here. So studio, appreciate you being here, and thanks again for the raid. Everybody please give Hippocrates a follow. Working on a really spectacular, nice large scale figure there. Well, figures, also a bust. I'm going to try to, we need to, I'm going to make that a little lighter. Also, wait, some center here. Will this be enough? Yes. Yep, that's starting to kind of, again, could get rid of some of the graininess here. Maybe also a little bit of the blue taken away that far back. Because remember, we're trying to say that this is establishing a bit of a shadow over there. I might do a similar thing over here. Let me, well, fine, I'm going to grab this brush again. We'll get the dark going again. Yeah, that's dark enough. So, and then here, I know it's going to be tough for you to see. I think you might be able to see a little teensy bit of what I'm doing there. See, just kind of getting some shadow on the side of that. This also, I think, needs some more dark. We have plenty of light there. I will add this. I'm going to take some of you and add a little bit more. Again, the lantern, I'm going to say, gets a little bit more light up in there. That would be fun to have. And all of these files here, again, like this one, files like this will be made once I can make sure that they're all fine. These files will be made available to the patrons so they can also then paint along. And speaking of cost savings, yes, that's the whole idea, is that instead of like, oh, well, yeah, those 10 different lessons, I need to buy 10 different My Mini Factory Patreons to be able to do those. So, no, that's not what we're trying to do. We just say, you know what, here's the files, because, well, I made them. Go and paint and have fun. So instead of having to do so many different Patreons, you just kind of do the one and that is it. Let me see if I can, I'm trying to sneak this up. Can you see it? I think you can actually see the brush snuck all the way through there. Alright, there we go. I might even throw a little bit of light on these, not too much. Alright, now we're getting the light. Kind of just dancing across the floor there. That's what we want. This brush. The kind of our cyan here a little bit later. Another couple aspects here on this little lantern area here. Are we there? Okay, there we are. That might have to be a little darker. Not so sure. Let me try this. It's sort of a medium. It's not really a light. It's kind of a light middle tone at best. Maybe I'm going to take this Russian blue and if I can stick my brush in here, which I can, I'm going to try to sharpen up those edges too. Alright, let's turn it over this way. Alright, mix it with this. Nope. I'm gonna take here. Let me just take some of my. Wow, that's the difference between this and the Paul Rubens stuff here, Camden. I did not put any drops of thinner on this, the Marion Street stuff, and it is very much active. Unlike if that was our Paul Rubens and I had not put any. Let's see, 5 hours, 18 minutes. Yeah, that would be that would almost be dried on the palette. That is the difference between the Paul Rubens alkyds and the Marion Street floral oils there. Oh my gosh. It would be done-do, right? Now that's starting to feel a little bit more towards the blue. Alright, we just kind of, we can make these adjustments now. It's when we're this far along, right? We can kind of compare. It's like, I thought that was going to be good there. Let's change it to this. Or, oh, now that we've done this, maybe we need to make it a little lighter, a little darker, whatever. Or change the color. Here, a little bit more of this now. And here, that's, I don't want to get too dark. Not too dark. Also not too light either. Take some of that away. Maybe a little bit of the blue bouncing into there too. Speaking of some light, okay, maybe take this. There's a little bit of our filigree over here that also going to catch a little smidge of light. Back to this over here because I want to. The other stuff has a little bit of the warm gray in it. No, I can see a whole bunch of clumps of paint in there. Let's declump this thing. Okay, there we are. Ooh, there we are. And I'm going to maybe do some of that right along the edge of this here. Yeah. Let's do that. And of course, this was resin printed. And it is one of my own sculpts, one of many sculpts, again, from this here universe. And we're really just getting started on all this. Here we are. I've got already starships for, I believe it basically essentially completed for 8 different civs now. Oh, that's right. There's this video. I keep forgetting about this. So this video will give you a little bit of an idea of what this particular society is like. So there you go. You can check that out. I think that's right. We have. I keep forgetting about our fabulous stickers that we have. There's your primary school there. Oh, look at there's our wind dancer. And this is a little bit of a Seri humor right here. They're working on high thought, but well, they're kind of stuck on instinct. Yeah, that's very prototypical humor among the Seri Republic there. Yeah, I'm gonna hit me a couple more little light things here on the chain olas, like that. There. That's for sure, right, Camja? Ah, here we are. I can't. Of course, I keep forgetting the name of that professor. I was trying to come up with a name that said a certain way could be quite distinguished, and then thought of another way could be quite silly. So yeah, trying to come up with a professor name that is both lofty and, shall we say, lowly at the same time. There we go. Oh, actually, remember that ventriloquist comedian that I was telling you about? I think on the last stream. Well, for what I was, of course, the algorithm starts feeding you more and more and more. So I saw this one thing of his today. So I was waiting for the air conditioner. Apparently, he starts out his act with essentially a standard stand-up routine. Like kind of the regular sort of delivery. But Camden, in the last, I don't know, 30 years I've known of this particular comedian, I've never seen him do anything except be the straight man to the puppets. And it was really bizarre, but actually very helpful, Camden, because he was morphing from one character to the next with every other sentence. It's like he went from Walter to Peanut to all the other, like four other characters, bouncing around from one to the next. And it then actually, that sort of gave me a little bit of a better insight into ventriloquism and humor and such by seeing like his regular routine versus only just him with the puppets. So he's been at it for quite some time, right, Camda? But yeah, that was it was very disconcerting at first, I got to say. And I do believe his story was talking about being at a smaller airport, and of course they're going through his cases with the puppets, which, well, shall we say, led to that gave me an idea for our professor there, Camda. Is that he's going to be part of the exchange program there between the humans and the Seri, and they're going to be doing a security check on him, and they're going to be seeing all these crazy puppets of his. That might be worth the price of admission on that humor right there. A Seri Republic professor, very distinguished, or so he thinks, going through security at a Great Union of New Terra spaceport. And of course, all the regular folks just like behind him watching this play out. This, of course, farcical type thing. How's it? Oh yeah, we could really get some light stuff in here. Yes, we can. Where are we? Let's do this here. Yeah. Oh, that's what I gotta. Oh, jeez, I almost forgot. I gotta remember Camden to get more of the more of my gigantic magnets, because I think we're gonna be tearing through all of the ones that I've got here. We'll do a little bit more. Again, this is not our fast mat weight. So this, I mean, as light as this is not the like ultimate light. That would be the fast mat weight. We're not going to break that out. We don't need that level of light, but we are definitely getting a little bit more of a source light feel down here. But we'd want it to be somewhat more, just a little bit more gentle. We didn't want it to be quite as hefty as some of the usual source lighting that we do. Let me see what we have here. No, not that. Little more of this. No, too much thinner on there. Take some of it away. Ah, better. Can be much more targeted with that now. Blending brush. Well, looky there. I mean, it just all of a sudden went from way too much to exactly what we needed. Anything else? Or yeah, okay. I would like to maybe get here we are. A little light on that edge. Maybe something up there. Also a little more light on the edge of this. Come on, get blended in there. Either that, I'll just break out the blending brush to do that. Not anymore down there. You know what? Wasn't really thinking we would go later, but I'm going to do a couple little extra later things also on the gemstone there. I'm trying to literally deposit some extra paint on these feathers so that I can do that. And then this up here, and then that over there. Okay, that's closer to what the envisionment was. Back to it again. Not so much on that point, but maybe out here a little bit later there on that edge. Yeah. Let me see. Not really. I wonder what about. Nah, not too much later there. I don't think so. Extra bit of light here. Also over there. No, I might throw a little bit more light on this. I mean, it is the closest thing to our light source, so there we are. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, it does. It does bring out that for and so there's that same platform or same DS right there. That's what you're seeing. That texture there. teensy bit of light right there. Now what I might actually do is I head on over to Brushmaster because wow, it's almost 5:30 and no wonder I'm like, why am I so famished? Well, that's right, because we never really had anything to eat for the whole supper time thing. So maybe we should go do that. Plus, we also got an air conditioner to install, all 120 something pounds of it. So this is where we say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderation type stuff. We say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows, the cheers and the raids. We appreciate that. So see you later. Of course, Camden, have yourself a good one. And of course, well, our Monday stream, I think we are going to be doing some more of these. Again, trying to add to our squadrons. So painting some more of these in actual squadron colors there. Let's do a little review of, again, what we did here on our Thursday stream was this, which now, again, so similar to that, right? Well, geez, Velfair, glad that you're still, well, I don't know if I'm glad that you're still awake, right? Not so sure. But, yeah, there's our bust, there's our figure. So, yeah, that's the other thing we're trying to do is avoid a little face plant there, too, right? So I'm going to get the raid countdown underway. Sorry we didn't do a Cinco there, Camda. But that would take us to almost 6 a.m. And that would be a little bit too early. So I'll shoot you some messages there, Velfera Camda, let you kind of know what's happening there. So yeah, this was super fun. And again, many more of these things on the way. So thanks, Velfera. See you later, Camda.